The City Commission workshop of the City of St. Pete Beach. It is Tuesday, October 10th at 4:30 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. City Clerk, if you'll please do the roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Here.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Here.
Commissioner Marone?
Here.
Commissioner Grouse?
Here.
Mayor Petrilla?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Jennifer, hello.
Hello. Today we are here to present a workshop. Philip and Nicole are here from Kimberly Horn. They did an update with you all at commission meeting, and you wanted some time to do this at a workshop, so that's where we're at today. So I will introduce Philip and Nicole to start the presentation.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mayor and Commission. It's my pleasure to be before you again today. Once again, for the record, my name is Philip DeMaria. I'm a certified planner with Kimberly Horn, and we'll dive right into things. So at risk of repeating myself, just a brief overview of what we're hoping to accomplish today. We presented to you just a general update with some requested feedback on a proposed sign ordinance. In general, we were retained by the city to move forward with some updates to the sign ordinance to look at some not only statutory requirements and kind of case law requirements, but in general, just refreshing quality of life like many other communities across Pinellas County have. So here today, we want to flesh some things out. We're going to run through quite a few topics as it relates to LED signs, as it relates to height, as it relates to geographies. And we're really looking just for open, honest feedback. We're hoping that with that feedback, we can kind of take this back to the drawing board, work with staff, and ultimately come back before you and the LPA with a sign ordinance that everyone feels comfortable with and that we can be successful with here in the city of St. Pete Beach. So we kicked off this ordinance update with a few overarching goals, and this has kind of led us to where we are today. So one is reorganization to make it more user-friendly. Second is promoting higher quality signage through revisions to quantity, size, design, et cetera. Providing more procedures that are sensible and sensical that relate to compliance and enforcement, but leave room for the flexibility and design latitude so that professionals can come in with unique signs that really reflect on the character of the city. And then coordinate with the legal counsel here, Andrew and his team, as it relates to the federal case of Reed versus Town of Gilbert. So an overview, and some of these are a little new. We wanted to provide some additional context to you. So currently today, this is the city's current sign ordinance. There are 15 groups of signs. The Pass-A-Grille overlay prohibits internally illuminated sign. You'll see that in the hatched area on the south. I have some close-ups here I'll flip to in a moment. Several district groupings affect only a small number of parcels. So we see CG1 and CG2. Those are relatively limited in area, as are the traditional hotel districts. And then some districts have just really slight discrepancies. And we saw just opportunities for consolidation. For instance, the RLM and DCR monument sign regulations had very similar heights, 6 feet in height, and maximum square footage is about 18 feet, and DCR had 8 feet maximum height and 24 feet maximum sign area. So there are some that are kind of close, and we think that maybe character is probably similar between them, and there are opportunities for consolidation. Just to zoom in, as promised, these are those what we call character districts. That's what they are. They do correspond to zoning in the city. We see some cities kind of move away from zone districts and state that, look, signs are a little bit unique. Maybe they're more reflective of a certain roadway that they're adjacent to, or the type of business that they apply to or coordinated with. And so we see different ways of administrating what types of signs and how many and what size can go where, but the city today coordinates them with their zoning map. All right, so just a overview of what we heard last time and as part of our public outreach. So number one, we would like some direction as far as LED signs. We know it's an important topic. It continually comes up during public outreach. There's a little bit of a split between some folks in maybe the business community and some of the residents. So how to treat those electronic message boards and LED signs. I talked about context as it relates to size, height, and placement. Should Gulf Boulevard be treated differently than Paso Grill? Currently today it is. Desire for signs to match the principal building to which they relate, but do not want all signs across the city to look the same. That was like a really important, I think, good piece of feedback that we received. We wanted to reinforce that today and make sure that's the clear direction that we want to move in. There were some concerns over height, aesthetic, resiliency of pole signs, so maybe digging a little bit deeper into that. How window signs could be treated the same as other signage, but maybe have set maximums, and whether that be amount and overall area, whether that be locations on windows, whether that be types of window signs, all those things that we talked about a little bit briefly. We can dig into that a little bit more today. And then we heard some opinions on murals. And so receiving maybe some additional feedback on that, I think, would be helpful for us. Any questions so far? Should we dive right in? Okay, very good. All right, so the first topic is as it relates to amortization of legal non-conforming signs. Current text, none except for electronic LED signs for amortization, and those must conform or be removed by January 1, 2027. So we have several options on screen for you. But that being said, we are open to any sort of discussion if the city and commission feel like maybe amortization should be more aggressive, less aggressive, or maybe take some different methods as it relates to potentially removing or amending the schedule altogether.
Ms. Mayor, I have just two comments. First, I'm wondering if this should be the last item that we discuss, because depending how many changes we may make, there may be a lot of changes to come or a few changes to come. Second is, how many currently non-conforming signs do we have in the city? So are we telling three businesses to change their signs, or are we telling 300 businesses to change their signs?
So I'm not really sure that, to me, that matters. If we're going to change, and there's 300, then 300, in my opinion, need to change. I don't think we should be making decisions about the future of what the city looks like based on how many people are going to have to make the change. I understand that change creates hardship, but really, these sign ordinances really look to a vision of the future of the city and what it's going to look like as you drive down it. These long-term amortizations and taking into consideration how many are non-conforming, I really think doesn't meet, I guess it depends on what this commission's objective is. If the objective is to have a certain look in different set areas of the community, it shouldn't matter how many are non-conforming now. And I'm not in favor of long-term amortization because I just think it doesn't meet our objectives quick enough. 7 years to me is a long time. I'm sure this commission can come up with, and with the residents' input, some reasonable period of time that's not a hardship for those who have to make the change. But that's just my 2 cents.
Well, I think if it's 5, then maybe we can look at a more aggressive amortization schedule versus if it's 300. Then maybe something more a longer term seems to make sense. And plus, we're potentially looking at moving into an economic downturn, and if we're placing additional hardship on businesses with a very short amortization schedule, I don't think it hurts to have the information and just to know, is it 10 or is it 1,000 or 300 or however many.
Mayor, if I could add up to that point, with regard to dealing with your nonconformities on an amortization policy, there are 2 ways that I've seen municipalities or local governments either across the board, pick a date and call that the amortization date, or have a case-by-case situation. The idea behind that is that, let's say you pass a new code, you cause someone to become non-conforming, they just spent $10,000 on a sign yesterday versus someone who spent $10,000 10 years ago, thus the amortization, just like a loan, you know, like how much is it worth, how much did they get out of it, that kind of thing. So it is possible to have a case-by-case, you know, it's, you have to set up a criteria for how to evaluate that in terms of on a case-by-case basis. So I'm not gonna say that's easy. Most people pick the easy route, which is just pick it 5 years, 7 years, whatever. But there are 2 ways to go about doing that. Just to let you know.
I feel like it's a little bit of deja vu because I've been doing this long enough to where can't remember how many times the signed ordinance has come up. And way back in my earlier days, we had an amortization schedule, and I think maybe what happened was it got closer and closer to that date. There's a lot of pushback, and the commission at that time ended up changing it. So I just kind of felt like I had to say that. You know, I think everybody wants kind of smaller, lower signs, but this is going to affect our businesses. So at some point in time, we need to involve, I see the executive director of the chamber is here and want to make sure that we get some input. I agree with what you're saying. We have to have a vision and take a look at it, but I would like some feedback from the business community to understand. They may have some ideas, and they may ask us some things that could be logical. So it's going to really affect them. So.
Do we have a number? How many are non-conforming? We're still talking about LED signs, right?
Right.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask for the clarification. Are we talking only about LEDs, or are we talking about all of them? Because that's a
Well,
big
I
difference.
think the previous chart was all signs.
Yeah, you'll have to deal with all signs
I think the previous chart was.
Yeah, but I mean, from the question of,
This one here was just LED.
you know, how many are non-conforming, there's one answer for LED, another answer for all of them.
Yeah.
And we don't have that number offhand, unfortunately.
Well, can we just take it as, I mean, it's a workshop, so let's take it as a to-do and see where we're, and then we know maybe it tells us something or it tells us nothing.
Yep.
So maybe revisit, we'll come back around to this one.
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, our next topic is materials and design compatibility. So we talked about this a little bit in the previous setting. There's no current text about just design in general as it relates to signs. And there are some Florida statutes that kind of guide whether or not you can control certain aspects of sign and copy and that sort of thing. But we do see in other codes in Pinellas County and some of the precedent codes that we looked at some material and design requirements. So we have a few options for you. One is maintaining no text as it relates to materials and design. 2, adding a general statement requiring all signs to be compatible with the buildings to which they relate, so that's kind of a soft approach. 3rd is adding more specific design requirements by sign type. So you may remember these images at the bottom. So no relationship in the bottom left. There's a little bit of matching scheme in the middle. And then in the bottom right, that image is taken from Longboat Key, and they have requirements for specific materials. Must be made out of stone, must be etched stone, that sort of thing.
Look, I still, it's not clear to me where we're driving to. What are we trying to do? Because we're kind of saying on this chart, what do you want it to look like? And like the sign on the lower left, sign doesn't match the building. Sorry, I'm not sure what business that is. It's anyone know what business, is that in St. Pete Beach?
Or
No. It doesn't, I mean, okay, it doesn't match. It's not the one in the middle. The one in the middle has the benefit of being painted a year ago, less than a year ago. So yeah, it kind of matches. But does the bottom left present a problem to the city? The one on the right, it's not our city. It's not really what our city's all about. I know we had discussion on looks and feel, and trying to regulate look and feel to me is difficult. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I mean, you know, I've had discussions with some residents who said, well, what are we trying to do, make this place look like Stepford?
I think it's more of what we don't want.
Yeah.
The obvious things we don't want to see, and then when we can trim that back, we see what's left, because I think we discussed before that we have unique areas of this city that are not cookie cutter from district to district, or in some cases, street to street, and I don't think we want to disturb the character and nature of the different districts that we have. I think we just want to prevent certain looks, certain appearances, probably height, probably the LED, and I'm just naming a couple off the top of my head, but just those things that we don't want to see. That when we drive down Gulf Boulevard, we just don't want to see that. And then, you know, I think part of the charm is people design their own signs.
Yeah.
And you get the wharf sign that doesn't match the building, but it probably fits height-wise perfectly within the streetscape. So maybe we need to start looking more as what is each of the streetscapes and what is the scale for the streetscapes that we want to stay underneath a certain scale. And I'm just, you know, workshopping it, so I'm thinking out loud.
Yep.
But maybe if we work back from what we know we don't want to see, instead of, like we always said on the Historic Preservation Board, we don't want to tell you what color to paint your house. You know, we don't want to tell you what kind of trim to put on around your porch. We just know that we don't want to see one monolith structure, you know. So we kind of say, well, this is what we don't want, but maybe we don't want to drill down into the kind of detail that we're ultimately designing signs for folks. I don't think we want to be there, because I think we're gonna end up with exactly what residents have brought up to you, Vice Mayor Grill, which is some level of homogeneous look that is just, it's not compatible with what St. Pete Beach is.
Although I think number 2 is not too onerous. It's really just trying to say there's some relationship between the building and the sign.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with number 2, because it's just kind of saying, hey, we want to raise the bar a little bit in terms of design, but it's not onerous. It's, you know, basically looking at materials, finishes, and colors, and that's going to be a little bit subjective, because there can be multiple different materials on a building. So, I mean, you know, so I think that just leaves it up to staff to have some leeway, but it's at least trying to make some requirements that seem reasonable.
Because with the wharf, you look at the sign and you say, hey, this is my place. Do I want to change my sign, which is a signature sign and everybody knows? Or do I want to put something on the exterior of my building that has some compatibility with the sign?
Yeah.
So I think that there's options that way, whether it's a color tie-in.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I have a hard time seeing with the wharf pictures, I'm like, it's the same color, it's got the same logo, so I'm not sure how it doesn't match.
Yeah.
Because it seems, even the sign matches the character of the building.
Yeah, I think it does. I mean, I think it does. But
But I mean,
if we drill down to, you know, finishes, probably not the same finishes, but it's the same color. There's colors that tie in together,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, number 2 takes it to the much further along in matching and
Yeah.
Yeah.
but I think the left one fits the style, and I don't really, not judging the business, it kind of fits the style of that business.
It definitely matches.
So let me take it to the business district in Gulf Boulevard, where we have one sign that has multiple businesses identified on that sign. Is that going to be, do we want the structure of the sign to match the overall building material color without getting into one of those monument signs like we see in Naples and some of the other planned communities?
I think monument signs are coming, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. And if I may, commissioners, we anticipated this, I guess, maybe response, and we took a crack at maybe a 1.5 option, if you will, somewhere between 1 and 2. And so just kind of a draft language was permanent signs must be compatible with the buildings to which they relate and the surrounding neighborhood. The placement and location of signs shall not cover or obscure architectural features, finishes, or elements. So allows some level of variability and leniency, but just it was a crack at a 1.5. We'll call it.
I think the thank you for that. That's trying to find the balance point on it. But I think that this discussion, and that works when you have one business, one sign. But when we get into the multi-tenant or the strip malls, which we have many of these, strip mall, you're a tenant and you're trying to, quite frankly, differentiate yourself from everybody else so that people come to your establishment. I mean, we had, I think it's Sprinkles Ice Cream Shop, who has been in here and had difficulties in the beginning with signs and setting up signs, and they don't own the building. They're a tenant in a strip mall. There must be 6 businesses there, so they're kind of stuck with the building. And again, we also want to make it easy for the businesses to be able to advertise. It's a sign, let's face it, is an advertisement. And how do they attract customers and say, through their sign, I'm the best ice cream shop, come to me, because don't go to the guys across the street.
But I think also it raises a different question in today's environment. Is anyone driving up and down Gulf Boulevard looking for an ice cream shop, or do they have it on their map and they're going there?
But I think it would help identify where it is if they can drive down the street and see a name on the sign.
Yeah. Well, especially for Sprinkles, because there's 3 ice cream shops in the same corner.
Yes.
So, but I mean, I think in general, especially when we get to the monument signs, I don't know that you necessarily need to be able to differentiate that just and have the name of the business if it's in a monument sign rather than, because it's just finding it quicker, but you're not driving down Gulf Boulevard looking to see, like, hey, where do I find this shop?
I think it's the nature of the risk that a business takes when it decides to rent a space in a place where there's multiple businesses off the street. You run the risk that the visibility, and you scout visibility a lot of times when you're making decisions about where you're going to put your business. Well, I'm not saying that people should be penalized for that. I'm just saying that I think that's just an aspect of making a decision as a business owner. Maybe the rent is less money, but you don't get that front street exposure, and you don't get the prominent signature name on the sign. I mean, it happens with banks all the time. They pay a lot of money to get their name up there ahead of and on top of other folks. So I think maybe we need just to be looking at more of what does the sign look like that is holding the place cards for businesses that may rotate out over time, and that we can live with that. I'll just call it the place card holder sign, whether it's a monument or whatever. If it's freestanding and it's on a pole, what do we want that to look like?
So we will get to that in a moment, and I like where your head's at. I think it's important, and that discussion's very important as we look at multi-tenant signs. So for this one in particular, I think maybe it'd be helpful just to think about these for individual businesses, freestanding, and what sort of relationship the actual structure, housing the use, and the relationship with the sign is.
I think we can all agree that number 3 here, the one all the way on the right, is not
Right.
something we want.
Put an X through that one. And then maybe something between 1 and 2?
Something in between 1 and 2, yeah.
Okay.
Without being overly prescriptive,
Understood.
giving the business the ability to best efforts or something to that degree.
But I think to Commissioner Marone's point, if we look at what do we not want, right? Whether it's We're going to have the sheriff escort you out if... Okay. Very good.
All right, this is the one right before the multi-tenant signs, so this is the last of the individual freestanding signs. A lot of this had to do with kind of design around the sign. What we talked a lot about was landscaping. Currently, there's no requirement for landscaping or around the base of signs. Is there interest in maybe having some of those requirements at the base of these pole signs, the freestanding signs? There are also other options we've seen in other ordinances, the twin pole mount, which you can see right in the middle. Some folks think this is a better design, and so we just wanted to bring it up as an option, as well as the covered pole mount, which is a little bit thicker of a base rather than just an individual steel sign pole.
Where do we allow pole-mounted signs compared to requiring monument signs?
I think between 75th Street and 37th Street, 75th, sorry, on Gulf Boulevard from 75th to 37th.
We allow pole-mounted signs?
Yes, sir.
And what height? Yeah.
The height was at 20 feet.
Holy,
35 feet.
sorry.
I guess I'm just kind of questioning, do we want pole-mounted signs before we get into the other part of it? I mean, that's the big question, right?
It is a big question.
I mean, I would definitely say yes to the landscaping.
Yeah.
Because we've got, especially from 75th up, quite a few that...
I think,
The only thing about landscaping is that, I'm definitely for it, but we have some places that are like trying to keep every single parking space, and so there are challenges. So I don't know if there is some language in there that kind of takes that into account.
where feasible.
Yeah,
Or if you're not-
but I think that softens it up, makes it look a lot better.
So what businesses do we have that actually have pole signs? Do we have examples of them?
Well, I remember one that we did have at McDonald's, and it fell down in a storm, and it came out with a monument sign. So I don't know if we've gone back and forth. It's kind of like deja vu. There was a point in time when we said no more pole-mounted signs. We went to monument signs. I don't think McDonald's would have put up a monument sign if they could have put up a pole
Well,
sign.
I think their pole was non-conforming
Yeah, but if we
from a height
allowed-
standpoint.
If at that time we allowed a pole-mounted sign, I would guess that they would have wanted to put in a 35-foot high pole-mounted sign. What do you think?
Yeah.
It was higher, yeah. Well,
And I agree with you. The other one was probably higher.
yeah, the other one's much higher. The chamber, well, we know the chamber's got a pole sign.
But like that Shell gas station, they put in a monument sign. I can't imagine people putting in monument signs if they could have put in a pole sign. But I can't remember how, this is the kind of ordinance that tends to go back and forth depending on different commissions over time and, push back and.
We have.
One thing I
Business
can say is I
feedback.
think 35 feet is too high.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I mean, I think,
I thought when she said 20, that was...
Yeah.
Well, I will tell you that
This is Gold.
we could see from my backyard, I could see the McDonald's sign. The best thing that happened out of Etta was that sign got blown over. I no longer had McDonald's shining in my house. And I live 6-7 blocks from
That
there.
was 3 years ago.
As opposed to
That
a
was-
sign.
Etta. No, maybe it was Irma. It was the first one, was Irma. 17.
17, okay.
Anyway, I'm looking.
Are we reaching a consensus that maybe no on pole-mounted signs?
Yeah, and this is where the amortization thing comes in, I think, because I kind of agree with our attorney that not knowing who put them in and when, you have to give them a reasonable expectation, I think, that they got some use out of it.
I'm just looking at the map here.
Well, the only problem with doing that is that if you put an amortization in of, whatever, 7 years, 10 years, whatever it is, what tends to happen is 7 or 10 years from now, there's pushback and,
Or somebody goes to the Board of Adjustments and gets a
yeah,
variance.
yeah,
Or there's a new sign ordinance
yeah.
before the old one
That's,
completely takes effect? So if we say no to pole-mounted, then we're going to monument signs.
Yeah.
And then what kind of thoughts on height do we have for monument signs?
Sure. Yeah, we've got a variety of heights for monument signs. I think our maximum right now is in multi-tenant signage districts. We'll get the height for you, but I believe it's 15 feet.
That also seems very high.
So it's definitely auto-oriented. Apologies, Commissioner. Go ahead.
Well, we're talking about trying to reduce sign pollution. I look at these two, I look at the single pole mount sign here, and I look at the monument sign directly below it, and the single pole mount sign looks a lot cleaner and a lot, like less sign pollution to me.
I think it also is it's less obstructive visually.
Exactly,
for
yeah.
people pulling out of
Yeah.
parking lots.
So do we want to do away with single pole mount signs?
Well, but the difference there is that single pole mounted sign is advertising a single
Right.
business, whereas the monument sign down below it is
Multiple.
multiple, and almost like a Dolphin Village type of a situation, so.
Look around McDonald's, I'm looking at Google Earth here. I mean, around McDonald's, there's the tattoo shop. It's got I think it's the tattoo shop. It's got they have a pole sign. Waffle House, I mean, those signs are iconic. The Twisty Treat, then the Sunshine Convenient Market, and where Sprinkles is, that strip mall has a what do we call it, a twin pole mount. I mean, I'm just going down the street here in pictures. So there's a lot of them.
Yeah.
There's more than we remember.
But if we're looking for a
Wings.
consistent, uniform look, and I think one of the things that we're trying to achieve is reducing the number of sign districts. Right, and so if we had a cohesive look for Gulf Boulevard in particular, whether it's single pole or whether it's monument signs, or, we could even do like the covered pole mount, which would kind of look like a monument sign, but still give you the standalone sign. But because those single pole ones, they look very, what's the opposite of upscale?
They're very stark and pedestrian.
Yeah,
They're not.
it's very austere.
They're just. It's a good adjective for
Yeah.
this. Yeah. So if we could, I think the covered pole mount and lower, much lower than 35 feet is what I'm thinking. 'Cause I think some of those monument signs they just look visually obstructive from an ingress-egress scenario, especially if we have visitors who don't know where they're going, even with their phones. They're looking at their phones.
Anyway, there are many. I mean, I give up counting. There are many on Gulf Boulevard.
In the left lane with the blinker on.
No, many signs, pole signs. Many. I mean, Baird Realty, the scooter shop. And I haven't gotten past Synovus yet, so there's many.
I think one of the really good ways to do it is like kind of what you're doing with Google Earth, or to just do a video of, because it's really like when you see these collectively, that's what you're trying to address in part, at least, is the sign pollution, is like how they work together, and aesthetically, is it bad, and is it a public safety issue for drivers? Those are really the two legal bases.
And I think it also comes back to the overall look, feel, and character of the city. I think one of us, and I know it wasn't me, used the word quirkiness last time. Maybe the quirkiness is a good thing, that the signs don't look the same,
We don't want everything sanitary.
and it gives a bit of a character to the town. Then we're getting into aesthetics, which is very personal and very difficult to regulate, I think. Was it you, quirkiness?
Character.
Yeah.
It's just how the city has character, and we don't want it sanitized. We don't want everything to look the same. It's part of the character of the city.
So if I may, just going into the sign pole discussion a little bit further, is it the height of the sign poles that maybe concerns us about their look and feel? Is it that it's a pole itself? Is it Could that be addressed to the covered pole mount? Just want to dig into that a little bit more. So we have maximum heights.
What is that maximum height?
12 feet in height.
12 feet.
Oh, it is 12 feet, not 35 feet. Okay.
35 feet is the absolute max, 12 feet is the maximum height for the monument signs. But as another option, potentially maybe it's lowering the height
Yeah.
for all of them.
What is the height for a pole sign now?
A maximum of 35 feet.
It is 35.
So you have pole signs that have multiple tenants
Right.
as well.
Right.
So would the single pole mount ones be for single tenant properties?
It could be both.
Again, I'm going back to the reason why we're having this workshop, which was to simplify.
But if we're going to allow pole-mounted signs, I'd rather them be lower than 35.
Yeah.
And we're trying to change the scale of Gulf Boulevard to be more pedestrian-friendly and, less automobile-oriented. And as we widen sidewalks and make it more pedestrian-friendly, I think that's a way to go. I don't know what that right height is. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at some of the pole signs that are roughly in line with the height of the building, where it's a strip mall, for example, where it looks like the pole height, multiple signs on the pole at about 15 feet, maybe 18 feet, not to exceed the roof line of the building. But then that brings up a different question is, so you have, I'm looking at one of the buildings at the end of the street here that has the pole sign and then signage on the storefronts themselves. And I'll look at it and say, well, we could get rid of one of those. So, I mean, do you need two signs for the business? I mean, I understand if you're in the corner and you're getting two frontages, but you get two signs on the same frontage.
Right, and
Can I just provide a point of clarification on the
Sure.
heights? So currently today in the districts that are along Gulf Boulevard, let's just roll with the CC1 and CC2, those are grouped together. So the current maximum height for freestanding signs is 8 feet. But in your general section of the sign ordinance, where it says which sign types are absolutely prohibited, is where you get that 35-foot maximum. So some of the signs we've been discussing, such as Waffle House and the tattoo shop, would technically be legal non-conforming signs under your current sign ordinance. I think the 35-foot in the prohibited sign section is to say that a variance can't be granted for any sign to exceed 35 feet. So I'm not sure if those signs I just said that are over 8 feet, maybe they were given a variance at some point, and that's why they were constructed above the 8-foot maximum that's in those Gulf Boulevard districts, the CC1 and the CC2 today.
I think like that Waffle House was built before this current ordinance.
Or it was built
Right.
before.
Right.
Yeah.
So again, what is for along Gulf Boulevard for a single pole sign? What's the maximum height then?
So it doesn't differentiate between pole signs and monument. It says cannot exceed 8 feet.
Okay, so right now, if you wanted to put up a pole sign, it couldn't exceed 8 feet?
8 feet. That's how I'm reading this.
It's probably how
Yeah,
McDonald's,
or you would have to.
Or you have to get a variance?
it's probably how McDonald's, when they put in
Yeah.
their sign, got to the monument.
Right. I'm
Because,
not sure an 8-foot pole sign makes any sense.
no. But I
Yeah,
mean,
please point out.
but again, the Waffle House pole, I mean,
Please point
they're
out.
iconic to have really tall signs, and you can see from everywhere.
Around ordinance.
and that's part of what we're.
We need to
Interstate.
clean up, yeah.
From the interstate.
Yeah.
What happens with these sign ordinances over time, right, is Band-Aid after Band-Aid
Yeah,
after
right.
Band-Aid, and that's what's occurred. So that's part of our goal here as well, and apologies for any confusion. But part of our goal is to streamline and simplify.
I'm interested historically in what would make a commission down the road say, we're gonna change this. It's too restrictive. Historically, what is your experience?
The only thing I could think of is when it really comes time, businesses start to realize that the clock is running out and they've got to change, and they realize how much of an impact it is on them. That's the only thing I could think of.
And then the commission says, well, because you have an impact that's...
Well, I'm just theorizing that because I remember being here when we had this discussion and we had an amortization schedule. We talked about how many years it was the same discussion, and I mean, it seems like it was 20 years ago. I can't remember now. And the issue was, to be fair to business, is exactly what our attorney said, and that's that you have to give them some reasonable amount of time. It's not really fair to say a year or 2 years or 3 years. And I'm thinking we came up with something like a 7-year to a 10-year period. And I was thinking, well, good. I mean, it's a ways away, but we'll get there eventually, just like you do here. And something changed along the way. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, because I'm trying to figure out a way to make it stick.
Yeah.
So we're not...
What he said, which is you put in something that says, so for example, if we went with pole signs, right? Pole signs, or any sign can't be more than 8 feet, and no variance may be granted to anything that exceeds, for example, 20 feet, or the height of the building, or whatever else. And that prevents it from, in the future, unless you're going to go through the process of changing the ordinances again, you stop, having variances that give you a 30-foot sign or anything.
And maybe that's what happened. They got variance to go around the expiration of the time period versus the ordinance having actually been changed.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, some change to the monument signs, the ones we're talking about, whether it's the McDonald's, Shell Station, others have, moved along that pathway.
But also,
Was there something in that ordinance about grandfathering? If certain businesses could be grandfathered if they maintained their sign, if they didn't have to, I mean, if it was in decent shape, they didn't have to change it out unless the business changed hands or something like that?
Well, then it would still be a legal non-conforming use.
Right.
Which is essentially grandfathered. And I was going to mention that as well, is like in addition to amortization, you could add in other things which are your typical non-conforming, how non-conformities become conformities, that discontinuance,
right.
Change of ownership, different things like that, where you have to come into compliance. So it's not just amortization.
I know we gave Bon Air a historic designation on that sign
Right.
on the building, so
Right.
they could maintain that.
Yeah.
Because that was
Right, that
progressive.
neon sign, yeah.
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 and I would think too, from an investment standpoint, a 8-foot monument sign, even for McDonald's, which is a franchise, someone owns it, it's got to be a lot less expensive than putting up a 35-foot pole sign. I mean, I don't know what signs cost, but I would think a monument sign would be a lot less expensive.
Probably less to insure as well.
All the above. So that's why I came back, what I said earlier, is how do we, as we go down this and what we want to see from, again, the grandfathering, or are we going to now tell businesses, I don't know how much a pole sign costs. Are we looking at $50K or $20K? I don't know. But now, okay, so you need to invest by this date. You need to have 20, your sign's no good. You got to pull your sign out and put in a 20K sign or a 50K sign, I mean, to achieve one end. And is that really what we want to be telling the businesses? Or do we do this as they move forward? And that's why I think McDonald's, they probably looked at the cost of putting up that sign. They couldn't put the same sign up, but a monument sign's a lot less expensive.
Yeah,
And I think,
but my guess is they were looking at exposure. I don't think McDonald's is looking at, I mean, not that they don't look at costs, but I think they simply probably looked at it and said, hey, I can put up an 8-foot pole sign or I can put up a monument sign. And that monument sign's a better choice for me as a business. An 8-foot pole sign doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to
No.
me.
Well, I think that goes to the second point of the city attorney, is you can do it because of design aesthetics, and then you can do it because of the safety concern.
Yeah.
And just in the last 12 months, we've had, Category 5, Category 4, right on our doorsteps. If those had that level of wind, what we have now, is that good to have around 5, 10, 20 years from now?
So we don't have any deadline like we're talking about. We don't have any, okay,
Not like you have for the LED.
okay.
So just going to list some of the things that I heard. Height is an issue. Maybe there being a lower cap as far as potential variances on height. Limitations, or sorry, allowing some variances or some ability to maybe go with a pole sign rather than a monument sign because of parking or because of some sort of hardship similar to that for the operation of the business. And then giving opportunities, potentially either not amortizing pole signs themselves, so allowing businesses to continue using them if they have them, and not putting an amortization schedule on those.
I don't think that last one,
Yeah, I think we ought to have an amortization schedule for them, especially for the ones that are taller than 8 feet.
Okay.
yeah.
Because you can retrofit a pole sign. You can keep the sign, you can, yeah. You
Cut it down
yeah.
and move
You
the
can
sign
or
back.
replace it with a shorter pole. It can be done.
Yeah, sure you can.
Do we have any restrictions on the width of the sign? Because they're, I mean, some of them are very wide.
Right.
Just like a square footage.
Exactly. If it's advertised square footage, then yes.
And that square footage, that's calculated depending on your linear feet?
It's based on the zone district. In some zone districts, you're allotted a maximum, and then
Okay.
in others, it is linear footage of frontage.
Okay.
So are we looking at, on that point, I know we've been so far looking at design and types of signs and height. We had 15, I think, of different sign zones. Is there a suggestion to combine and reduce?
Yes.
I thought at one point we were saying 22, but I thought the last meeting we had said 22, but 15, whatever the number is. I think we ought to look at that also.
Yeah, I like the idea of simplifying it.
I think there should be some kind of width restriction too, because,
Yeah. No.
yeah,
sure.
'cause, I mean, I'm looking at some of these that look like they're 10 feet wide. Yeah, one that's this wide, and there's one that's this wide, and then right above it, there's another one that's like this.
Well, the lower, yeah,
I mean,
it would sway better in the wind.
yeah.
Some of those may be non-conforming for both height and for the size too.
Yeah.
I don't know when those were,
Yeah.
depending on which one you're looking at, right? So we have some that probably range.
Right. Okay, very good. So this next one is the multi-tenant shopping center signage. It's currently, once again, no statement on overall design. And then there's another option that we've seen in other communities that require all tenant panels to be constructed the same materials, illumination methods, matched panels in color and font. We're presenting 3 options here. First is all the way on the left, kind of free-for-all option. Second one is limiting colors, what sorts of colors and branding can be used, but still allowing the fonts to exist that are personal or singular to the business types. And then the third is kind of synchronizing all of it, color, font, etc.
The first one is kind of what we've come to expect here.
But is it what we want moving forward?
But I think it also allows them to differentiate themselves. They have their font, like the one on the right is pretty, the interesting thing, one on the right looks like individual owners. The middle one appears to be, I mean, these are 3 national chains. And then the left is, again, individual owners, but it allows them to differentiate themselves. I guess Boost Mobile and Metro, I mean, those are their logos, their fonts, their artwork. It gives them some way to differentiate themselves. People get used to looking for a particular logo or a particular business.
Can I just add on So this would still allow each business within the shopping center to have their own attached wall sign or window sign. So I just want to make sure we're all clear. We're not saying that this is the only opportunity for the business to have a sign. This does not affect at all like what they might have a wall sign or a window sign for their business. Just wanted to make sure.
I kind of like the middle one. I mean, I think we want to get away from the one on the left. I think the one on the right's too sterile. And the middle one, the only thing I kind of question about the middle one is that a lot of places want to brand themselves, and part of it is the font, but the other part is the color.
Right.
So, I mean, the way to open that up is do the middle, but allow them to have some color, but have that backdrop, the consistent piece.
Sure. So font and font color, maybe?
Yeah, yeah, because I mean, that would make that middle one a little bit less sterile and mainly allow companies to brand themselves.
Yeah, and to that point, I just wanted to mention, just it came to mind, I read an article somewhere that to a driver, there are certain fonts that are more visible than others. And, you know, that might, I mean, because a lot of this is based on public safety and whether someone, you know, it's all addressing the right of way, right? You know, this is for people to find things. So I remember reading some articles about that they have determined that certain fonts on signs are more legible from like a 30-mile-an-hour driver.
I mean, in the middle sign, see, we know CVS is red. I mean, if you're looking for CVS, you're looking for a red sign. Ross, I believe, is blue. You know, if you're looking for Ross, the signs around the country, they're all the same. They're all blue. CVS.
But it's still their logo and their font.
Correct.
But to the city attorney's point, at least to me, in a split second, I can tell you what's on the middle one versus on the one on the left. I have to put my glasses on and squint.
Yeah. Or the one on the right.
Yeah.
That's hard to read too.
Yeah.
You had some crosswalks on Gulf Boulevard and blinking lights. And you've got problems.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in favor of the one in the middle. I mean, it gives them the opportunity. If you're going to match it in color and style to that building, and then you give them the opportunity to use their own font and branding to some degree, but it's still recognizable.
Yeah, and as was mentioned, they're also going to have their wall signs on there. You know, so once you get into the plaza, you'll be able to locate.
Yep.
You know, one of the things that is interesting too is a lot of people are using GPS now, which is, you know, they're not looking for signs so much anymore to get to where they're, you know, signs were pre-GPS, and that's how they were set up.
Somehow the left sign that says smoke shop looks more like a vape shop, and the middle sign looks more like a pipe shop. So they might, when I say it like a professor smoking pipe, and so, you know, maybe the aesthetic change gives us an appearance of a, I don't want to say more upscale community, but.
Well, the interesting thing, though, is as we look at the width, the size of the sign, 1 and 3 have multiple, close to 10 businesses. The one in the middle has 3. So if we go, the one in the middle, if you have 10 businesses, it's going to be a rather massive sign.
But where do we have, I'm just looking at all the ones on Gulf Boulevard, most of them have 3 to 6, maybe.
Dolphin Village is probably the example of where it would be probably the most.
Yes.
But, I mean, that's one where, again, it's also very giant. It's a giant parcel.
Right.
Very good.
So, I don't want to interrupt, but I think we've got good notes from the commission meeting on a lot of this info and the murals that we talked about. So for the sake of time, I think where we really need to have the direction is the LED signs. And I think, because you guys picked the middle one at the commission meeting, so I don't want to have the same conversations. I think we've got good notes, unless there's something else you think we're missing. So I think if we can just go back to the LED and have that discussion, then we won't go over time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I think we should talk about murals as well. I mean, we
Yeah, I didn't think we concluded on murals.
barely glanced over it last time.
We talked about, and we can, sorry, my notes on there were like the businesses where the mural is, we count the name of the business as part of their square footage. But if you want to get restrictive on some of those, we can have that. So I just wanted to make sure, in the sake of time, have that discussion.
Flip through these next few quickly and maybe revisit LEDs in short order. Okay, this next one was on wall signs and overall design requirements, and similar to other topics that we've covered today, relationship between the building and architecture and that sort of thing. We talked about in our last meeting how postcard in their individual letters. We see that actually in some zoning codes across the country, in the state, where they require wall signs that consist of individual letters. The middle one is taken from Dunedin, I believe, and then talks about wall signs being compatible with the facade, compatible, once again, being subjective, like we've talked about a lot today. And then the left kind of leaves it completely open. So if this is something that has any interest from the commission, we'd love to hear that as far as any additional language that we might want to maintain within our sign code for wall signs specifically.
To me, I think it's almost the 1.5 that you had suggested earlier on, not being 3 being, we don't want to me, we shouldn't be overly prescriptive, and we might do a little bit more than number 1, which is do whatever you want, but whatever the wording, consistent wording to the best ability, or have some, be able to match. I think it was Prima Cantina's sign. Of course, they just redid the whole building, so they had the ability to paint and get similar style. But where possible, where feasible, match the look, the feel, the style. So kind of the 1.5, I think.
Everyone feel comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm okay with number 2, but if it's 1.5, I'm fine with that too.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards 2 as well.
2.
Maybe we'll present a couple options then. That sounds good, too. All right, we're going to skip over to murals and then come back to LEDs. All right. So currently today, murals fall under the definition of artwork when they do not specifically convey the name of business or commercial message. Artwork is allowed in all districts without the need for a sign permit. What we're seeing in various jurisdictions is that, to Jen's point, the square footage associated with the commercial business is designated as part of a sign. And so we'd like to discuss whether or not those commercial messages should be regulated within your signage code, maybe maintain the flexibility that's allowed today, which permits, I would say, is very pro-mural, which some communities like and support. Or if there's any interest in further regulating that.
I mean, what happens in a situation where Don't Tell Mama wants to have a mural that doesn't necessarily advertise the business, but it's certainly in line with what's offered? And there's no, and again, I'm not saying we legislate artwork, right? We don't want to get into a First Amendment type situation, but
There are things that might not be compatible with our community.
So I think the last meeting, when we discussed this, it was a need for a review process. So I think we could probably craft something in there that addresses that, and maybe a criteria that a review committee then oversees or looks at.
And maybe we can find out from other municipalities, like St. Petersburg's got a mural, I think, every other block or every block. They must have, these types of questions and concerns clearly must have come up, I would assume. And maybe we can learn from others and what they've done.
I asked the city attorney last time if you could check other jurisdictions and tell us how they're regulating murals.
right? I think I have that note too, that perhaps there's case law on the murals.
Yeah, there is definitely case law on murals.
So I think, yeah.
But maybe also check with, I mean, Dunedin's got murals, large scale.
To keep it, I mean, we can look at other jurisdictions just to get examples, but to keep it simple, when you regulate artwork, it's the same First Amendment issues that you want to think about. Obscenities, things like that are carved out from First Amendment protection. So while we can pull language just to see how they do it, it's very similar to how you would regulate signs in general. So there's not really much different when it comes, because artwork is obviously protected First Amendment speech, and to your point, Mayor, obscenities, incitements, things like that that are carved out from First Amendment protection would still be something that you could prohibit, whether it's in form of artwork or signs or murals.
So it would be more of like size, location, things like that, right? Like time, place, manner, not the message, not necessarily.
It would be content neutral, absolutely. Now, I have seen other jurisdictions that allow, I think the biggest question is, do you want to allow murals in place of signs? Right, like, do you want to allow a business, let's say you limit one sign per business, can that sign be a mural? Will that count towards their total signs, or are they allowed to have a mural on one wall and a wall-mounted sign on the front of the business?
What do we do? What do we do today? The mural does count towards a sign. I think we had.
I would think we'd want to do that. The mural should count towards the sign if it's advertised.
If it's advertising.
It's clearly
the business.
advertising the business.
Because we had this discussion with 82 Degrees, if I remember, that their sign that says 82 degrees counts, their mural, excuse me, counts as a sign, if I remember right.
I thought that maybe the question was, if you had a giant mural, but only a portion of that mural related to your business, then how do you count that? Do you count a portion of the mural, and then the rest becomes artwork, and then how do you regulate that?
Right, and that's exactly what we're discussing, is ideally that sort of language, that exact language, would be placed in your code. Right now, it's ambiguous. There's no definition for what a commercial message is.
So the top right on this slide, the top right, is considered a sign or a mural? Because it does have the business name there. I know that's in yellow, even though it's small.
Right, so that, what we're representing in that yellow box is that specific geometry, that area would be counted towards a sign.
Right.
Towards the total amount of signage that a business could
Oh,
have.
the whole thing, so the whole thing's not a sign?
No, only
Right,
the
that
part
box.
that has the commercial message, which you can draw.
They're advertising St. Pete Beach.
Well, I think that's where we're either, I think we should either count it as artwork or we should count it as signs. I'm not sure that we should be mixing the two. So if you want a mural, which personally, I'm not sure that, I don't know, not a fan. But I think if you're going to have murals, then it should be artwork. And if you want a sign, then you put up a sign, right? It should, I mean, I'm against having any commercial messages in the murals, where if you want to advertise your business, you put up a sign, you do that. Because, and not only that, but even if you have a mural and you have a freestanding building, I think we should limit it to one side of the building, because the next thing you have is a building that's 4 sides of artwork. And it may be non-offensive artwork, but it just not might be aesthetically pleasing, right? And then you have a building on Gulf Boulevard that's just, God knows what it looks like, right? You could have a 10-foot building that has a mural the entire side or all 4 sides, right?
Yeah, art is subjective, right? And you don't know exactly what you're going to get. Since we're talking about signage, we do have some ability, right? I mean, to your point, Mayor. So if there's, I suppose if that was the direction that we would go, we would.
Well, that's my opinion.
Right,
I'm
right,
one
exactly.
of 5, so.
I
understood.
personally find murals attractive. I like driving down the road and seeing something other than a white wall. I think they bring character to a city. I think if you're going to advertise a business, though, then it should count as toward your sign. But I mean, if you just do a mural on a wall, I don't think that's. I mean, as long as it's not offensive, if there's some sort of a review.
I agree with that, with one exception, and I think maybe a little bit towards the mayor's point is that we probably should limit the square foot ratio of the mural based on the size of the building. So that if we're looking at, each building has, almost every building has 4 sides. And it probably should be limited to take it, divide it by 4, and then take that 4th piece and divide it by 2 and have it, half of one wall or something. And that's what it should be. But some formula that really limits it to probably a portion of one of the 4 sides.
I think the challenge with allowing commercial messages on it, like with the upper right-hand corner there, is how do you calculate the square footage of that, right? Do you calculate it as a square? Well, do you calculate it as a rhombus? Do you calculate it as a circle?
And
Right? In 82 degrees, if they have, a 30-foot mural and they have 86 degrees inside of a round ball, or I don't remember what it looks like.
Well, I would say you don't. To me, the top right, we count, I think it looks a lot better than a white wall, or a white wall with a postcard in type individual lettered sign. That is great. It advertises the city. They decided to advertise the city. They also put their business name. That's one of their signs that they're allowed. We count it towards their sign allowance and move on.
Right.
Keep it simple. And I would
Calculate the square footage in this case, is it the height that's the square footage? Is it the artificial rectangle?
Yellow box. It's a little bit hard to see what.
Well, we drew that artificially.
Yeah.
That's not
Yeah.
on the building.
Right.
No, my suggestion is from just a pure mural standpoint,
Yeah.
that the mural should be a percentage of the square footage of the surface space of the building, so we're not painting a mural around all 4 sides. We either keep it to one side or a little bit less than one side. Whatever the sign is within that, as long as it's maintained within that, then we measure that sign portion, and then calculate that as in relationship to what other signs that they have. So I'm looking at 2 different things, signs and murals. You can have a sign within a mural. Nevertheless, once you extract the sign out of it, you still have that mural portion that's, I think, part of the sign. It still can't exceed a certain surface ratio of the whole building. So this way, we could still have signs within the mural. You can have a mural, but we don't have a mural painted on all 4 sides of the building.
Yeah. What do you do with, so one of the things that's been proposed in some cases has been a wall along Gulf Boulevard, right? And that wall would be a wall with, whether it's 2 feet, 5 feet wide, 20, 30 feet tall, and then do you now allow a mural to go for a couple hundred, a couple thousand square feet?
Yeah, well, now we're talking about a wall, not a mural.
No, it's
a retaining wall, right? Something like the one they put in front of the Don Cesar.
I
I haven't heard about this, so I don't know anything about
Yeah.
what you're saying. 20 or 30-foot wall, that would be where?
There's some of the proposals that I've seen include giant walls.
This is one of the, I don't know, sorry, Mr. Mayor, but this is one of the proposals from a developer that we haven't had a hearing
It's
on.
multiple, so it's not a one-time, so I'm not talking about a specific property. I'm just saying in a situation where you have anything, and just a large, long wall, what do we do in those situations?
Well, this is why, before we try to redesign everything, I go back to my suggestion to talk to a city like St. Petersburg, who has lots of murals that are quite large, and it seems to work from the outside, at least. It seems to work. They may have a lot of problems internally. Just maybe we can also see what they do and how they regulate it, and take these factors into account. I mean, I think, because what we don't want to do is people to say, well, like in the top right, and that's as an example, but we also have other businesses that have murals, large murals with their name in there, and start calculating, well, I know I'm allowed X square feet, so I'll make this really big mural, but I'll make my business name really small. But because I want to get it out there, but I'll make it as small as I can so that they can get more signs. And we don't want to inadvertently give a room for creativity that's just unhealthy, I call it unhealthy creativity, to get around something that we're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Gentlemen, I just wanted to offer some staff how we interpret it as far as our standard operating procedure. So for the top picture there, it would be the extent of the signage pertaining to the business is what we would calculate. So for Shadrack's, like they have from the bottom to all the way to the top, from the bottom of the S all the way, so that would be that total square footage. But we'd also, when you look at individual locations, they can have a multiple number of signs, but that would count towards it. For example, we do have Sharky's on 75th, where it has the shark in his like kayak. He has, I believe, Sharky's on his shirt, t-shirt that he's wearing, and that was counted towards their signage. So that's how staff has been interpreting that, as far as if a mural does contain signage or something pertaining to that specific business. But I just wanted to offer a little insight of currently how we're doing it.
Yep.
That was your suggestion.
Yeah, and also limiting it to one side, so that we don't have a.
I think that's reasonable, yeah. But I wouldn't go, I mean, if somebody wants to use one entire side of their building, I wouldn't say chop that up and make it half of that or a portion of that. That just doesn't look right. I mean, if you want to do one side of your building, do one side of the building.
Should there be different standards for very large buildings?
No, we don't really have. I mean, what do we have that's that large that you could put a mural in just a blank space?
We actually have hotels and condos where it has been done in the past, where murals have been done on very large structures. I'm not saying that they're gonna do it, but we definitely need to not ignore that possibility.
And then if you have just the logo but not the name?
Not necessarily anything relating to the business, whether it's the logo or the name or something specifically referencing that business itself. And looking, you're saying like hotels and things of that nature, but we do review elevations and things when they come in for the TRC, and that can be questioned at that time. There could be certain standards if they needed to go to the Board of Adjustment. If it is outside the realm, that additional scrutiny has to be done to it. It's just a suggestion.
Thank you. Does that give you something to work with?
It does, thank you.
All right, LED signs, we've got
10 minutes.
15 minutes.
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
We need a break.
You get 11 minutes.
And who wants to start? All right, so we've maybe this will help guide some of the conversation. We've put a few options out there that you'll see on your screen, but we can leave this open-ended. I think 10, 15 minutes gives us plenty of time to work through different options.
When was the 1/1/27 date established?
Some time ago, I believe that was part of the 2017 ordinance, but I could be incorrect. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think what we did was we went through, it was the Reed case, the Supreme Court case that everyone talks about, was in 2015. That kind of kicked off every jurisdiction going through, kind of scrubbing, sanitizing their ordinances, and I think that's probably when that came in.
I think you're right.
So we published 10 years to time limit.
Give or take, yes.
Yeah, and when we say existing electronic LED signs must conform with the standards, do you know what that means? Does it allow limited LED signage, like gas stations can have the price and?
All right, so here are the current standards. So maximum size, no animation or flashing, permitted in a front yard or in a front building facade, can't be closer than 10 feet to the property line, and then only in a very specific area.
So the whole size of 32 square feet couldn't be an LED sign itself?
That's correct.
I mean, I don't really have any issues with this. I mean, the animated, no flashing.
That's what I was going to say. That's the
Great.
thing I think that really
Yeah.
detracts from it, is the animation part of it. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
It
we
is-
don't want
it
to
is
be on
modern
Vegas
tech-
Strip, so.
right. And it is modern technology. I mean, it does allow people to make some changes over time. You just don't want to see it flashing and
How do we
change.
distinguish between LED and backlit signs?
Sure.
Or is that the same in your,
They are defined. I think we have the actual definition that we can read, but I think a changeable copy is a big part of it.
okay.
So maybe maintain current standards, everyone.
yeah, I'm just trying to think through it. 32 square feet, so it could be what, 6 feet by 5 feet.
6 by 5, I mean, that's not, it's not huge.
To me, the main thing is that's not animated or flashing. That's
So
what-
but the sign could be larger, just the illuminated side can't be larger than 32 square feet.
right.
Some of the options that our next slide, we had some additional standards that we saw in some other cities. So just some food for thought here as well.
Isn't that included on the previous, or requirements for static messages? We already have that, right?
We have a requirement for no animated or flashing illumination.
So wouldn't scrolling be animated? Because it's moving.
You can look.
Clear it up and to make it as explicit as possible, but how, you all interpret it as animation today, right? If the text scrolls.
Yeah.
Go to them. Yeah, thank you. So dwell time, do you find this in many municipalities? I mean, obviously then it becomes less, what's the word, jarring.
Yeah, we've seen that in Dunedin and in the city of Sarasota. Those were both requirements, and Pinellas County.
What were the requirements?
Minimum dwell times, 30 seconds or up to a minute.
So that's, I mean, again, if it's, so I guess you wouldn't consider it animated if it's changing the message?
So,
Correct.
as I understand it, and feel free to chime in here, unless it's scrolling, that is animated. A dwell time would obviously be a static message for 30 seconds, and then it could change, and it wouldn't be considered animated.
I don't know. Here, I guess here's my thought, is that, the old-fashioned way is they used to have to put those plastic letters up, and this is just more of a modern technology, but they weren't putting those plastic letters up every minute or so and sitting there switching them out. I mean, I don't know what's reasonable, once a day, or, I mean, to me, I don't really, I'd rather see it static and not scrolling,
With
and not move.
Yeah, zero. I mean, the dwell time is permanent.
So like a once a day, or
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that they can't change it out. So if you have, I mean, I'll just take a simple example, like a gas station, and they want to change the price.
That happens multiple times a day. I mean, prices will change. Gas, price per gallon will change multiple times per day.
Yeah, but we'll tell them they can't.
Well, yeah,
Gas station signs.
Yeah.
Some of these, municipalities recognize that, and gas
Okay.
station signs have their own little section within the electronic message board section
Okay.
stating.
But I think,
And I would be okay with that with certain exceptions, but I'm not sure we want to see these things changing all the time just because they can.
Yeah.
right, except maybe we can have a caveat for emergencies, because I think one of our businesses who's here, Mr. Cezanne, had recommended you could, during emergencies, for example, LEDs, you can put up an emergency message, evacuation's in place, or some message you want to get out to the community. And when there's an emergency, you want to just blanket it as best you can. So maybe we can have some exceptions for gas stations or for emergencies as declared by the city commission or something.
Yeah, I'm okay with
Yeah.
that.
So it's just not an in-your-face thing as you're driving, flashing as you go.
That's helpful. Any other thoughts on?
Do most of these signs already have a default mechanism to turn themselves off if there's a malfunction?
Usually they do.
They usually do.
Yeah, that doesn't hurt.
How many LED or electronic signs is one allowed to have on their property?
I believe it's just,
It just counts within the, you can't exceed 32 square feet of the maximum allowable signage for that district.
I see, okay.
Yeah, so let's say the maximum allowable area is 50 square feet. The electronic message board part of it can't exceed 32 square feet of that maximum.
Okay, thank you.
all right, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right.
All right, we've got some homework to do. We'll be back in front of you hopefully in the next few months with the draft ordinance after going to the LPA and getting their feedback. So thank you so much for your
Good.
time.
Thank you.
Thanks much.
All right, do we have anything else? Meeting is adjourned.
Today is Tuesday, October 10th, 2023. It is 6 p.m. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
City Clerk, if you'll please do the roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Here.
Commissioner Frizlowski,
Here.
Commissioner Marone,
Here.
Commissioner Grouse,
Here.
Mayor Petrilla.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Mayor, I have one change. I presented to you all Resolution 2023-19 for FLC Florida Cities Government Week. I would like to add that to the agenda under action item as 4B, and I will be the one to present that item.
Thank you. Ms. Mayor, I have a few that I'd like to add. I think we need a discussion item for the backfill process for the city manager. Okay. I'd like to also add a discussion item on the adopted budget and next steps. And then I'd like to pull 2 items from the consent agenda for discussion. And give me 1 second.
Discussion or for action?
I'm sorry, for action items. My mistake. And those 2 items are 3C, street closure and wet zone, and 3D, temporary license agreement, Suntan Art Center. Thank you. City Clerk, did you find out any information about the PSTA?
Oh, yes, I did have that on my list. I was going to talk about it under my comments, or we can do it however you so choose. So the mayor was recently appointed to appointed to the PST board as a representative by the Big C. And I had to double check because I remember we did a resolution, but I found that that was for Forward Pinellas, not PSTA. So we don't have to do anything formal. They do not require anything formal. So the mayor approached me, and I was gonna just mention it under my comments, or we can put it on as an action item and take an actual formal motion. It's whatever you choose.
City Attorney?
No, that's fine. You can put it under, have the board vote.
Okay, we'll put it under action
Or the
item.
commission. Sorry.
And also Commissioner Grill, the Vice Mayor for the Big C.
Okay. You want to, so Vice Mayor will be now the representative?
We'll add that to, will be action item D.
4G, I have 4D as the suntan.
I'm sorry.
So 4G would be the PSTA appointment, is that correct?
Yes.
And then 4F is the Vice Mayor appointment, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to add a discussion item so we get ahead of this, the holiday season. Can we have a discussion on the boat parade, please?
And there's one, I apologize, there was one other item I wanted to add for discussion, which is trash collection in Paso Grill. I think we've all received a number of emails today on the subject. I think we have a lot of speakers who are here to speak about the subject, so we might as well have it as a discussion item on the agenda.
Perfect. All right, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Frizlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla,
Yes.
motion carries.
All right, before we get started with audience comments, we would like to welcome Wayne. Commissioner Frizlowski, would you mind doing a quick introduction?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Well, I think we're all thrilled to have Wayne Saunders back. Wayne, for those that you know or don't know, he served as our city manager from 2014 to 2019. Do I have that right? I had the pleasure of serving with Wayne. He's a great guy. He knows the organization. He knows the department directors. Just thrilled that when I called him, he was willing to come back and see us and come out of his retirement. So I appreciate not only him, but his family. His wife was nice about that. I'm sure that was a decision, family decision. So I think we're very fortunate to have Wayne back. I appreciate you willing to do this, Wayne.
Well, thank you. We love the community, and we thought it'd be a nice place to spend the winter. We're happy to be back, though, and I'm here to do whatever I can to help, and looking forward to working with all of you.
Good. Thank you.
We appreciate having you here, so
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
All right, City Clerk, do we have any audience comments by any chance?
So I have a bunch on the Pass the Grill issue. So I don't know, are you guys wanting me to call them way down at discussion? Because they were prepared to speak at the now.
Can we do
Based
the-
on what I
move that
know.
up?
Can we do the comments and then move the
That's right.
discussion right up to follow? Because I have something I want to publish.
Sure. I think that's a good idea, especially for the people that came out. They don't have to wait
Yeah.
till the whole
Yep.
end of the meeting.
Should we have a motion to amend the agenda to move that discussion item to?
I mean, we don't have to.
Just take it out of order.
Yeah, just take it out of
Okay.
order. So first, I want to say to the people who are here, if you submitted a card online, I sent an email asking for you to let me know you're here. Those of you that let me know you're here, thank you. If you did not let me know you were here, I'm not going to call your name. So if I end up skipping you, you'll have to call yourself out.
City Clerk, do we have any general audience comments?
I have two.
Okay, let's start with those and then we can.
Rob Cezanne.
Good evening,
State your
Robert
name.
Cezanne, 4506 Gulf Boulevard, St. Pete Beach. Just wanted to comment on the sign ordinance workshop I was just at. Honestly, I was quite disappointed in the presentation, and I can see how much frustration there was trying to make the correct decisions. I don't think they came prepared to tell us exactly what's conforming, what's not conforming, how many are not, and to actually use real-life examples of what we have here on St. Pete Beach. I mean, we're asking for a presentation on St. Pete Beach to give a direction on St. Pete Beach, and they're using signs from all other areas. So give us a sign, take the example of Dalton Village. Take a picture of Dalton Village sign and give us examples of what that sign could look like. You know, we're talking about pole signs. Give us some pole signs, take some pictures of the Remax sign, Dunkin' Donuts sign, 7-Eleven sign. And if we want to change those signs, give us some examples of what those signs could look like in those different areas. So I think that was a lot of confusion sitting in, and I can see some confusion and frustration from all of you as well, looking and listening to those comments that they had. And I think if we can address that to Kimberly Horn to kind of give us better direction with what their recommendations are, using examples of what we have currently here on St. Pete Beach. That was my only comment on the signage. Second, just wanted to also comment on just businesses altogether, because obviously signage is important for businesses. LED was discussed today. I think LED are important for businesses. We did have on our LED sign an evacuation notice during the last hurricane about a month ago, and I know the police department does go around, the fire department does go around, you know, letting everybody know, but the more touch points you can give the residents, the safer all the residents are. So I think LED signs are a great way to communicate for residents during emergencies, but even restaurants when they have a special, whether it's going to be a Valentine's special, a Sunday brunch special, to put specials on the boards as well. So I think LED signs from 37th Avenue to 75th, as we have them, should be maintained, and whatever ordinance you guys put together to keep them, I would appreciate that. I think LEDs are very beneficial to the community for information notices altogether. And then lastly, I just received a notice from Bank of America that Bank of America is leaving St. Pete Beach. So we just had Bank of America leave now St. Pete Beach. Fifth Third just left. Wells Fargo left last year. really concerned about our community. There's a lot of negativity, people can't get anything done in our area, nobody wants to build in our area, and I just hope that the commission really kind of looks forward into the future, because I think we're seeing a big domino effect of national brands leaving, regional brands leaving, and hopefully the commission and the community come together and we can hopefully approve some projects in the future so we can regain everyone's trust and bring back a beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deborah Schechner.
Good evening. Deborah Schechner, Bogusiega Isle, St. Pete Beach. Regarding the banks, they're closing all over the country because most people are doing their business online. And I know if I give my son a check, he's like, come on, Mom. But then he just takes his camera, takes a picture, sends it in. So that's part of it. I want to welcome Mr. Saunders because he has been wonderful in the past, and I know he'll be wonderful now. So over this weekend, I met many tourists. I was at the market, St. Pete Beach, had a little table there with some other people, and the most common thread was, we like St. Pete Beach because it is nicer than Clearwater Beach, Miami, Hollywood, Florida, etc. If it becomes a lot of density, a lot of taller buildings, the large wall, because I did show them what that looked like, they're not going to come here. They're going to find either another beach or another place to take their vacation. And most people I spoke to, which I find this fascinating, come year after year after year. One lady, 18 years, she and her husband come to our beach because they love it. And that's really very common. Most of the people come here because our beach is beautiful. Our town has kind of a small town feel, and that's really what they're looking for to relax on their vacation. Vast amount of the residents I spoke to, who again were walking through the market, felt the same way. But I would also like to say on a more somber note that our hearts and prayers are for Israel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
All the rest of her passing.
Perfect.
Do you want me to start with that, or do you want to open up this discussion?
Let's open up the discussion.
I'll take the lead on this since it's my district and it's our issue, my problem. We've talked about this 2 weeks ago. I've spoken with Mike Clark to get some clarification on the decision that was made with regards to Waste Connections. I have met with Waste Connections in the alley behind the Seahorse to discuss pickup, both for residential and commercial trash. Walked the alleys, some of the alleys with them. I have received a petition from some of the residents. I know many of them that are on the petition. I went to many of the homes, and I'm not done yet, but I'm going to go to each house to see, observe for myself the hardship so that I can articulate it when I see it and figure out a way to fix it. Because that's part of my job, is to help the residents and see if we can fix problems. I think some of the people I saw on the petition were supporting their neighbors with regards to their issues with trash pickup. I know that some of the issues are, I think, related to short-term rentals. When we have a short-term rental and someone is leaving the property and they take the garbage out, there's no one to bring the can in. So some cans are setting out because there's no one to bring them in. I've heard some issues about 8th Avenue. I took pictures of 8th Avenue at 6:30 in the morning with the condition of the garbage cans. The trash truck was there by 7:05, 7:10 in the alley behind Shadrack's. The garbage was all, I think, all collected by 8 o'clock that morning. I showed city manager some of those pictures. And then I think people are complaining about cans being out, but that's because folks aren't bringing their cans in right away afterwards. The garbage men now are getting there super, super early. So we have to bring our cans out the night before. There's issues that I know folks are having with rats and rodents getting in the garbage can. I have witnessed garbage cans with no tops on them, which definitely allows the rats to get into the garbage. They can equally get into it in the rear, but we won't see it. So I think there is a general concern that the alleys were meant for trash pickup. They were designed that way. I'm not so sure that all of them were designed that way because Paso Ro's really not a planned community. There was no design. I think it just kind of organically happened. So I've heard the residents, and what I've also heard, and what I think our former city manager pointed out, was that the residents are getting mixed messages. The residents are hearing from the folks that are picking up the trash that the decision that was made is solely been made by the city. And when I talked to Mike Clark, he said that this is an issue that Waste Connections has had for years and years and years. I talked to Mr. Saunders. He said that he recalled this being an issue when he was here prior to Mr. Ray being here. So he said this has been a problem for years and years and years. Mr. Clark said he had a meeting with Waste Connections. They said enough is enough. We're not taking the trucks back there anymore.
Excuse me. Well, please let the commissioner speak when it is your turn.
So
you will be accorded respect and the time to speak freely without interruption by anyone else. So all that we're asking for is for you to respect the person speaking. Right now, Commissioner Marone has the floor. Thank you.
So I suspect, as I always suspect, and I hear levels of distrust with what's coming out of the mouth of the city. So I say, why don't I get someone from Waste Connections to come in here and say their piece? I have a letter from Waste Connections that I was able to get that I will read to everybody, and I think it might help craft or at least shape the audience comments a little bit, and it's something that I think y'all will want to hear because this is where the rubber meets the road, so to speak. What is Waste Connections willing to do, and what are they not willing to do? So if I may, with the commission's indulgence, I'd like to publish this letter. I received it just before the meeting today. So I will read it all to you. It's dated October 10th, 2023, and we'll make it part of the record so you know what I'm reading, and it's got a Waste Connections logo on the top. It's not something that I wrote out, and it's not somebody that somebody wrote out for me. So I'll go ahead and read it. It's addressed to Mike Clark of Public Works. It says, regarding solid waste recycling, yard waste services in Paso Grow alleys. Mr. Clark, my name is Bill Crummell, District Manager for Waste Connections in Pinellas County. I'm responsible for all operational decisions, and I'm authorized to make any and all executive decisions for Waste Connection in Pinellas County. Please allow this letter as Waste Connections' official position on solid waste, recycling, and yard waste service in Paso Grow alleys. Due to the safety of my employees and to ensure no more damage to our equipment, Waste Connections can no longer service in the alleys in Paso Grow. Please know, for many years, Waste Connections has had issue with service in the alleys due to safety for our crew and continuing damage to our trucks. In 2009, when the current contract was in the procurement process, we brought this issue up to the city staff and were assured it would be addressed in the new contract. Recently, one of our employees was injured picking up heavy broken toilet seat. Our driver was not able to get out of the truck to assist. He had to drive the truck out of the alley and run back to provide aid. Over the years, we've had several other employees injured themselves pulling cans down the east and west alleys. This is unacceptable to me and Waste Connections. And you can flip it, thanks. We are aware that alley service has been in place for many years. Unfortunately, over those same years, alley space for our trucks to drive through has decreased. Fences have been pushed back into the alleys. Unmaintained overgrowth of trees and shrubs have only increased year after year. Other impediments such as poles, parked cars, and contractor vehicles only make the situation worse, and our trucks cannot pass safely. We continue to have broken windshields, mirrors, and busted fluid lines on our trucks that are way over the normal number of damages seen in our industry. In addition, please know, over the years, garbage trucks have increased in size to keep up with more solid waste material produced by the public. Larger trucks also allow for our industry to make less trips to landfills or to waste-to-energy plants, which helps keep costs down for our consumer. These alleys today are not meant for the large, heavy trucks we use. We were very pleased to see that the city has made the safety of our employees a concern for them as well. Thank you for the opportunity to present our position. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Phone number, if you have any questions or would like to discuss this matter further, respectfully. And that's Bill Cromell. So I read that letter to kind of bring this around full circle to what I've been trying to help the residents with and grappling with from the standpoint of what is Waste Connections saying? What is the city saying? Are they the same thing? Because we're not hearing the same thing. We're hearing they're redoing the alleys. We don't want the big trucks down there to mess up the alleys. The city hasn't redone but 2 alleys. Why can't we just go back to picking it up in the alley? And then I report back to the residents, hey, Waste Connections says they won't go in the alley. People say, wait, Waste Connections is telling us they will. So Mr. Cromell, who's not here, but wrote this letter, says they won't and says the reasons why. Now, I've heard folks say, can we get smaller trucks? I don't know that Waste Connection has smaller trucks. I would imagine he would offer that in this letter and said, I got a plan. We'll bring the little ones down your alleys and we'll continue the pickup. But he's not saying that. Now, I asked Mike Clark about the smaller trucks, and he said Waste Connections doesn't have them. Mike's not here, Bill Cromell's not here, but I'd like to resolve the problem. I certainly would like to resolve the distrust and the disconnect that the residents have between what the city is reporting and what they think Waste Connections' position is. I think that they're more congruous now and more consistent with this letter in hand. I know it's not going to satisfy everybody, and I know everybody wants to go back to the way it was. So I'm kind of left with this situation, and the question is, where do we go from here? Do we dump Waste Connections? We like them. We have a contract with them. Can we figure out ways on a person-to-person hardship basis to resolve pickup issues at each person? And we have, and I know Jennifer has, worked some of these out with folks. I'm willing to do whatever I can and work with Waste Management if they have different receptacles for certain properties that may work better with wheels, what have you. I've gone so far as to step off, figure out measurement-wise how many feet between the sidewalk and the rear home of someone's home where they keep their garbage cans. So how many more feet would they have to pull it out instead of just leaving it where it is? And the average is between 15 and 20 feet. Not all, but the average increase is around 15 to 20 feet, large steps, 6 to 8 steps. Is that fun? No. Does anybody want to do that? No. Are there some people not similarly situated? Yes. There's some people in the middle of the block on Gulf Way that have to walk halfway down their alley with their garbage can. This is the scenario that we have with no alley pickup. So they've offered, they say bring it out front, we'll pick it up out front. They said if you have front to back access, we will walk from the front of your house along the side of your house to the back and get the can. But I've had residents ask for that and then it not happen. So I'm not sure if they didn't know that they were allowed to walk through, they didn't have a walkthrough with the resident, but these are the kind of things that I would like to help the residents with, is those walkthrough situations with Waste Connections if we can fix some of those problems. Other than that, other than letting Waste Connections go and getting someone who will come back through the alleys again, which is, I think, inconsistent with what Mike Clark's plan is. I don't know another way to fix it. I understand everybody's frustration. There's a lot of legitimate concerns, but this is the closest to full circle I could bring this around in the time period that we've been dealing with it, as well as we're dealing with lots of other things like, You know, the dunes are going up out there. This beach renourishment is a big thing. We're just overcoming a storm. So I've been spending as much time as I can looking to see how many garbage cans are left out. At 10 o'clock, every street has an average of 6 cans out. By 2 o'clock, every street has an average of 2 cans out. So people are bringing in, and they're all empty, because the Waste Connections is now out of here by like 8:30 in the morning. If you don't get your garbage out by 6 o'clock, you won't get it a.m., you won't get it picked up. You have to put it out the night before. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. Obviously, some folks want to talk about it, and maybe they can bring up some suggestions that we have a fit for.
I think looking at the comments that we've received, and we've received many, and, you know, I think everyone's read them and heard them and spoken with many residents. I think they break down into 3 categories from what I've seen. One is aesthetics. One is some kind of hardship, which I don't even think we need to address because we have a mechanism for dealing with it in other areas. I know when I bought my house, for example, the gentleman was handicapped, and they would come 75 feet to the back of the house and pick up the garbage can, and we were wondering why the elves were coming every other day picking up our trash can, and turns out that was the agreement that was in place. So we have a mechanism for hardships to deal with that. And then I think the third category is sometimes we just don't like change. I think there's a way, so we know we can deal with the hardship part. I think there's a way maybe to deal with the aesthetics part. Because I think one of the challenges that we have is we do not have a kind of a unified, uniform trash bins.
Receptacle.
Or receptacles.
Yeah.
So maybe one of the things that we could do is look at, you know, is there something that we can come up with that everybody in Pass or Grille can have access to, something that fits the character and the style? Because the challenge that we're having is, and you know, no one is doing this because we're intentionally trying to agitate residents, but rather because in the last 50 years, equipment has changed. What was designed, the way the alleys were designed for the equipment that we had back then, it just doesn't work. Because I don't think Waste Connection cares if they pick up in the front or in the back. If they don't, it doesn't matter to them. They'll do it where it doesn't matter. It's just the equipment doesn't fit any longer, and it isn't, you know, it's just not, it's making it increasingly difficult to pick up the trash. But if we could have something that says, okay, here's some pretty Pass or Grille design trash receptacles that everyone can have access to, and then we can have a uniform look, we can have a uniform aesthetic. I mean, it's just an idea, but I think there's a way to deal with the aesthetic part.
Well, you know, my thought was, one, the trash gets picked up so early, and if it goes out the night before, as long as you bring your cans in, you won't see them.
Yeah.
And if neighbors start helping neighbors, which I do, I brought my cans out for 30 years because I don't have an outlet, which is fine. My neighbor sometimes leaves on a Sunday and doesn't come back for 3 weeks, and they put their can out, and I bring it in for them. And we have a neighbor across the street. Can you grab my can and bring it in? And I bring it in for them. I mean, it's neighbors helping neighbors. So I think there's a way to do it too, where, you know, we help each other out a little bit.
Yeah.
Just one comment on the contract. If I remember correctly, we had this discussion, I wasn't on the commission then, but I believe the contract with Waste Connections, there are extra services that people can sign up for, because people were concerned, not only in Pass or Grille, but others, how do we handle people who are elderly or infirm? Because the ordinance that we have, we're required to, we shouldn't put our cans out the night before pickup, and they need to be in by the end of the day of pickup day. And cans should be stored so they're not visible from the street during the week on non-pickup days. And we added in to address the people who had maybe a physical challenge, or Mr. Mayor, maybe your previous, I don't know if maybe they just had an agreement. People could sign up so that they would know Particularly, people couldn't move their cans, or they could come out to the alley or come around the back to pick them up. So that piece was always there. I mean, on the rest of it, I'll defer to Commissioner Marone.
I'd like to hear, with that foundation there, hear the audience comments, and we can get some,
Commissioner Graff,
maybe some more ideas.
I mean, to Commissioner Grill's point, I believe that there is some sort of a service that people can get if they have a hardship. We all pay our bills separately. It may be, they may charge you extra to do that, but I believe that service is there. And again, I think it would be a great idea also to have a uniform container. Commissioner Marone was saying that there are rodent issues and things like that. I know that the majority of the people in my neighborhood have a bin. They all look the same. They're a black bin. It has a cover that goes over top of it. It has wheels on the back. Maybe just to get something consistent throughout the neighborhood might be a good idea aesthetically.
That's right, they would address the lid issue.
Well, and I think the contract with Waste Connection does require a bin with a lid, not only for garbage, but also for recycling. I don't think certainly not in District 2, we don't have any requirement for a type of look. I mean, unfortunately, trash is just that, it's trash. It doesn't smell good, it doesn't look good. So the quicker we get it out in the street and picked up, the better.
All right, audience comments, please.
Cheryl.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Callahan. I'm at 103 17th.
Please speak into the mic.
I'm at 103 17th Avenue. And I did speak to Mike Clark, and I did understand how this unilateral decision was solved for him, and now I understand it's solved for Waste Connections. But it has created a bigger, more complex problem for the people of Paso Grill, and it has nothing to do with the things that you stated. I feel a little, I don't know how I feel when you reduce it to convenience, aesthetics. People don't like change, because those are none of my reasons. My reasons, and I think a lot of my neighbors, are about sanitation, and we would like the same safety considerations that you're giving this contractor that we're paying to do this. They're professionals. They know how to handle the trash. And it seems, I came here tonight to ask you because I know at the root of this is a new policy that was set apparently by Public Works. And I question who makes the policies. And so I went into the codes and the governance for our city, and I found out that there are 3 entities, and all 3 of you are sitting here. It's the mayor, it's the city manager, and it's the commission. And there's sections, the mayor is section 27.496, the commission is section 70.98, and the city manager is section 7067, which made me feel better when I read this, because I am thinking multiple people, important people are to set our trash policy. And it also provides some oversight for the policies that you're setting or that are being set. And waste management, hazardous waste, trash, garbage, rodents, all of that doesn't fall under my inconvenience, doesn't fall under I don't like change. I would walk my trash cans. I'm already walking 13 miles a year to get them out. And I would do that. I would do that for the good of the whole. But I'm simply asking you to use your governance authority to look at the unintentional consequences. And I'm an optimist, and I feel like both sides can come up with a win-win option. And it sounds like you're willing to do that. But just please give us the same consideration that you're giving our contractor. If it's not safe for them, can we at least have safety and hygiene as part of it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I may add just one comment, and that's, you're fine. So this was not a unilateral decision made by one person. We've had, to my recollection, at least 3 commission meetings where we've discussed this year alone. And what Commissioner Grill mentioned before, we've discussed this over a number of years. And so we've, I appreciate that everyone's here to voice, and I, written back to many of you, said, come take your time, speak to the commission, tell us how you feel, because we do want to hear from you. I think one of the challenges that I won't speak for everyone else, that I've experienced is that we've had these discussions at the commission meetings and we haven't heard from anyone at any point until after the decision was made, after several rounds of discussion. And so, look, we're happy to be here and listen. We're happy to relook at the issue and say, is there a way that we can come up with a better solution for this? So we're happy to do that. But I just want you to know this was not a one-person decision that was made for everybody in favor of one entity, but rather there were multiple discussions over months and years to get to the point where this decision made. In fact, the last discussion we had was at the District 4 Town Hall meeting just about a month and a half ago, where we discussed this before it was implemented. And so, I just do want you to know that we don't make these decisions randomly and haphazardly, and certainly not maliciously, but rather we're trying to figure out solutions. And some solutions don't really have a solution where everybody's going to be happy, And just if I may address the safety concern, is the other 95% of the city has to do what you're being asked to do now. And I'm not sure if it's safe for them, why it isn't safe for everybody, right? Because everybody else has to move their trash cans to the front of the street. But anyway, next comment.
Neil.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. I'm Neil Blackburn. I live at 107 17th Avenue for 25 years. Raised our family there. And I, first of all, wanted to thank everybody here for government service. I appreciate it. I appreciate your hard decisions. They can't make everybody happy. I realize that. But when you look at Paso Grill and the layout in Paso Grill, I think you have to agree that it's sort of unique for St. Pete Beach. We have alleys behind our houses. All the off-water houses in Paso Grill have an alley behind them or to the east or the west side of them. They were laid out that way for a reason, for people to have access to the back of their house or the side of their house, for utilities to come in from the rear or from the side, and to keep those things off the street, including trash. So what's changed? That's my question. What happened all of a sudden in the last 25 years or 50 years or 75 years? What's changed to make Waste Connections in charge of our trash pickup? They decided they want to do it anymore. They're, I think, 5 years into an 8-year contract. How did they get to make the change? The city says, oh, we didn't want to do it. Waste Connections decided to do it. On what basis? Where's the accident reports? Where's the damage reports? Who got asked? No one got asked. It was a decision made, and we were told about it, and that's how we received it. So you've got 22 blocks of houses with alleys in Paso Grill. That's pretty unique. And I drove just yesterday down both the east-west alleys all the way from 22nd Avenue down to First. I don't see any obstructions. I don't know what you're talking about. Where are the obstructions? What's the problem? What's changed? We're not hearing about that. So maybe, Mr. Marone, you can explain what's changed? Is it the trucks are bigger? I don't see that.
Let me read it.
And when I speak to the Waste Connections crew, which I've done twice, they say, oh, we didn't want to make the change. We don't have any problems. We don't know why it happened. The city told us we had to do it. So the story, that's why people are upset about it, because they weren't asked. There's 350 homes, or 310 homes that are affected by it. No one was asked. Nobody's responded, with the exception of Mr. Saunders, to any emails that I know of. I submitted a petition with 75 names on it. Nobody responded. What's up with that? How are we supposed to communicate if we can't write an email and get a response from anybody? It just doesn't seem right. So please explain what's changed, why we can't get trash pickup behind our house or beside our house or beside the condominium, because it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
The alleys are clear. Maybe the east-west alleys need to be maintained better.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
All right. First of all, I'll tell you this. There's at least 10 people in this room who I've responded to their emails or I've met with them personally more than once, sometimes twice, sometimes 3, sometimes 5 times. And I've been to their house. I've read the petition and I looked at the names on the petition, and as soon as I got it, I started scouting the properties. I don't have the time, I haven't had the time to go to every single one, but I started scouting the properties to see what the issues were. With regards to every street has an alley, I live on 5th Avenue. It does not have an alley. Garbage cans have been out on the north side of 6th and on the south side of 6th and the north side of 5th for 40 years. So we do not have an alley. And what has changed? I don't know what's changed, so I went to Waste Connections or tried to get Waste Connections to come here and tell you what's changed, and the best I could get was this letter, which says we are aware that alley service has been in place for many years. Unfortunately, over those same years, alley space for our trucks to drive through has decreased. Fences have been pushed back into the alleys. Unmaintained overgrowth of trees and shrub have only increased year after year. Other impediments such as poles, parked cars, and contractor vehicles only make the situation worse. So that's what I'm not telling you that. That's what they're telling me, because I asked the same question you asked. What's changed? What's going on? I asked Mike Clark. Mike Clark gave me to Waste Connections. I met with Bill and Logan. This is the answer they gave me, their management. And then I asked for somebody to be able to explain it to the residents tonight, and this is what I got. So that's the best I know as to what's changed. That's all I can bring you right now.
Next comment, please.
Brenda?
Hi.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Let me get up here. All right, a little slow. Brenda Urshus, 111 12th Avenue. The City Commission, you guys have heard about Public Works justifications, reasons for relocating the alley trash collections to curbside. However, you've not had the opportunity to look how it affects some of the Paso Grill residents and businesses which it services. You know our main alleys, they run north and south from 1st to 22nd, both ways, north and south, behind Gulf Way and Paso Grill Way. So you're looking at a total of 47 alleys. Approximately on those 47 alleys, maybe 3, they don't have alleys that run behind their homes or on the side of their homes. And our properties were laid out intentionally over time and planned as a rear loading for services, access via the alleys versus street fronts. In other words, there is no access. Driveways on these designs. You hardly see any driveways unless you're over where Chris is. Our alleys are used for maintenance vehicles, for construction or home repairs, residential traffic, pedestrians, and to access all our rear utilities. I mean, our water, our power, everything, trash, garages, parking pads are all behind our properties. Now, other neighborhoods that you represent, they're front loading. People come home, and they were intentionally designed with their driveways, garages, trash pickups to be accessed from the front of the homes. Now, with this new plan, we schlep trash to the street 3 times a week from where they've been located well over 73 years, guys, if not longer. Residents should not have to take this shift or burden or safety hazards to ourselves. We need to think about sanitary conditions. The neighborhoods will become trash locations spread all over, and not to mention how unesthetically and unpleasing this all is. Garbage cans left out, pedestrians having to navigate, and with bits of garbage missed unintentionally by garbage collectors. It happens. And then you've got with disease-bearing rodents, crows, and critters rummaging through this rotten garbage. It's not a pretty picture. And what about our part-time residents in Paso Grill? There's at least 25% of them that don't even know about this. So prepare yourself when they come back, because you're going to get a lot of calls and complaints. This situation is really unsavory, and it's not what we want for the city that prides itself as a top tourist destination, luring visitors with our pristine beaches, safe public streets, and historic charms. And the bottom line is we wouldn't be here discussing this if these alleys had been maintained on a rotating basis over the years. And if this new material that we're using on 18th and 19th Avenues, the alleys there that cost over $100,000 cannot handle service and contractor vehicles, garbage trucks, everyday local use and traffic, then we need to look at another material, and we need to go back to either shell and sand. And I will tell you, after this first went into place, 2 or 3 of us had a different conversation with Bill Krimmel than what you were hearing.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to ask for order in the room. Next comment, please.
Ted.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Of course. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having this hearing. I'm Ted Teal. I live at 2871 Alton on Vina Del Mar, but I own a condo at 1700 Paso Grill Way. We often have elderly guests that are the one month plus rentals. That I had somebody this summer from Iceland that had vision problems. The idea of her taking a trash can out to the street is not viable. The trash cans are going to be there all year round. I'm very disappointed that a decision this big would be made without specifically, proactively asking the people that live in Paso Grill or own property how this affects them. And you've seen, this is a very unpopular decision. Mayor Petria, when you ran for mayor, you talked about having the city, one of your major themes was making the city work for the residents, not outside interests. And I would include Waste Connections as an outside interest. It's obviously very unpopular. Do we really want trash cans all over the streets of Paso Grill? How would our visitors react to that? I think the aesthetic issue is real. Do you really think that having people deposit the trash on the street, which I can do on Alton Drive, no problem, bring it back in the morning, but on those crowded, narrow streets, do you think that's actually safer? I don't. I think there's a safety issue here. So when you talked about your 3, I like change. I'm not resistant to change, but this is being jammed down our throats. Given that safety is part of the city's rationale, it would be important for us to see the underlying analysis by the city that concluded that this unpopular approach would be safer, including Waste Connections' actual data. There are several other solutions that could work. If there are obstructions in the alleys that violate the codes, then order them fixed. Right? That's what you should be doing anyway, right? I think that would not only increase the safety for the trash, but that would probably increase safety as a general rule. And I do think that, again, there's not as much traffic in the alleys, so that's why it is safer, particularly for elderly people. I've also heard that Waste Connections has smaller trucks that they could use. That may not be true. Somebody might have smaller trucks that they can use. So thank you, all of you, for listening to all of us. But if you have an issue that has this many people here expressing their frustrations with the decision and how it was made, I think you should try, as you said, Mayor, to do something differently. And it's not just consistent trash cans, right? Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next comment, please.
Daniel.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Dan Mountcastle, 102 22nd. My family owns 107 8th Avenue. First point is definitely part of the list of unhappy residents with the trash decision. I'd like to make the comment that I haven't really heard a lot about dealing with the actual issues in the alley. More so it's been just, Waste Connections complained, we stopped it. I've heard things about, for example, the churns being too tight and people having to make 3-point churns, 5-point churns. Maybe some of those alleys where that's a specific problem, there can be a parking spot that's blocked off so that that's not an issue. Likewise with the plants, if the plants are problem, cut them. Similarly, with the shells and the paving of the alleys, on the east alley of 22nd, it definitely needs to be re-shelled. But the idea that the trash trash vehicles are making huge potholes, I don't see it. A third comment I'd like to make on the 8th Avenue businesses, particularly 107. It's right in the middle of the north alley after 8th Avenue. Dragging the trash bins around towards the alley by the Seahorse, up that alley and then back on 8th Avenue, it's about 100 yards. Doing that several times a week is not great. And lastly, I'd like to make a comment on some of these injuries that have been cited by Waste Connections. Some guy picking up a toilet seat that was too heavy. I don't know how that's an alley issue, or dragging a trash can that doesn't have wheels. Okay, maybe the trash can needs wheels. But these aren't, when I first heard, injuries, I thought, maybe there's some crush injury because the alley was too small and some guy got, trapped between a tree and the car or something, or some type of like impalement from a brush. I don't really see how these injuries are alley related. Yeah, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Bill Lowry.
I'm going to ask you again for order in the room, please. No applause.
Hey, everybody.
Please state your name and address for the record, and if you wouldn't mind.
405 Passenger Way.
And you're on the board?
I am. I'm on the historic board, but I'm speaking as an individual.
Thank you, sir.
Where I live, I have a driveway, so I take my garbage in the driveway. It's not in the sidewalk. I get in the morning. Fortunately, I don't work, so some people have to go to work and don't pick up their trash cans. They come home in the afternoon, so that happens. The problem is that Paso Grill has numerous houses that have no driveway. They weren't designed to have driveways. It was all alley. And you're asking people to put their garbage either on the sidewalk or maybe in the street where there's all parking spaces. Or they put it, on their grass? Do they have an area to put it? No, it's behind their house. So it seems to me this whole thing is boiled down with this letter as well, is that we have not maintained the alleys like we should have. We've allowed this to happen. And if we had maintained the alley, we wouldn't have got to this point. So the question is, shouldn't the city be proactive in doing these things so these things don't happen? But besides that, it's not a matter of pointing fingers in the past. It's what can we do about it now? Isn't there a way we can come up with some solution so these people don't have to drag their garbage either through their house or around their house and leave it and make an eyesore? Because that affects everybody. And, it's a problem that I think could have been taken care of if we had a little more notice about it. I know you had some meetings, but if you all think people sit at home and watch these meetings, they don't. They make garbage. They're making dinner. And so they don't often know what goes on until it happens. And I just think it was a situation where now that we know what the problem is, let's make it work. It can be done. We put a man on the moon, we can fix this problem. And so, let's just not give up and say it hadn't been done. So I think there should be some more information gathering on what actually the problems are. I agree with someone said before, I've walked the alleys. 80% of them at least are fine. I've heard they need 10 feet. They're at least 10 feet wide. Where are the particular alleys where there's the problem? Let's take care of it. You know, that hasn't been maintenance for, the alley behind, runs east-west behind, between 8th and 9th Avenue is atrocious. It's behind the businesses. I've heard, secondary, that the Waste Management said it's too dangerous to have their garbage men go down there and pick up garbage. But it's not too dangerous for our citizens. That's kind of opened up a little bit of liability there. And so some of these alleys are in really poor shape and they should be taken care of. And, it's not as easy as saying, the mayor, that everybody else does it, you should do it. This is a unique situation. People move to Paso Robles for a reason.
Thank you, sir.
Puts in a lot of money in parking and tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
So
I'm going to ask you one last time. You clap, the sheriff is right back there. I don't want to do it, so please don't make me do it. We're here to listen. We're here to listen. All we're asking for is just a little bit of respect for the person speaking. Commissioner Marone.
Yeah, I just want to briefly address alley maintenance because I think it goes to some degree to a heart of what people have concerns about. I brought up the issue of alley maintenance when I was on the Historic Preservation Board with Mike Clark and Member Lowry, and we had more than one discussion about it and had made some suggestions about some rotating basis of alley maintenance because I asked who maintains the alleys, and he said no one. When do you maintain the alleys? We maintain the alleys when someone calls and there's a problem. The residents don't maintain the alleys. So fast forward, this issue comes up. I talked to Mike Clark about maintenance of the alleys. He said, consistent with at least what Bill Krimmel's saying in this letter, we have fences, posts, construction, contractor vehicles, and overgrowth. And I said, Mike, can we get one by one, get these alleys cleaned up? And he said, I'm going to tell you, we're going to start doing, if we do it, we'll have to start doing surveys. And there are a lot of fences that are not on private property. They are on the city easement. We're going to be pulling fences up. We're going to be pulling trees up. We're going to be pulling foliage up that people planted years and years ago that's now encroaching into the alleys that is not on private property. And this is what I'm reporting this. So I ask these questions because I know that my job is to be a problem solver. So I ask these questions, and these are the answers that I'm getting. So I just want all of you to know that the alley maintenance issue is not a new issue. It was brought to the attention of the city in some very significant detail. So we're not on a rotating basis yet on alley maintenance, but there is an awareness of the need for alley maintenance. I don't know, as I hear the comments, ultimately, how's Waste Connections going to change their position? We can say, hey, this is what we want you to do, and they say we're not going to do it.
I have a question for you, and for the acting city manager as well. So, as Ted said, Mr. Teal, I'm perfectly happy if the residents, I don't live in I don't live in Paso Robles, so I don't really, to me, it doesn't affect, if that's what they want, that's fine. The question is then, though, do we get code enforcement out there, survey every property, and then issue citations and violations to every fence, to every tree? Because that's what it's going to take. And we're talking about unintended consequences. If you think we have a lot of people in this room now, what's going to happen when code enforcement goes out in force? And then we're going to get comments about, well, I don't have the money to do this fence, right? I don't have the money to trim the trees. I'm only here 3 months. So now you're up in Canada, you're receiving a violation today. You're not back until January 1st, and you're getting a fine of, what is the fine per day, right? A couple $100. So now you end up with a $10,000 fine by the time you get back January 1st. So my question is, what do you want us to do? Because
we can do what we've come up with after many discussions. This is the solution we came up with. If you want a different solution, then the way I see it, that's what it's going to take. Is that what?
That's what Mike Clark told me. That's the kind of thing that's going to happen when they start going into the alleys and it's a full-on maintenance scenario. I don't think that it has to be that onerous, but I'm not the guy that turns those trucks into the alley either. I don't know what the turning radiuses are, and I don't know what their needs are.
I think the message we're hearing is loud and clear. I know we probably have some more speakers, but I think the theme is going to be common. If a supplier that we have a contract with says, for whatever reason, whether it's for waste collection or changing our lights or fixing our roof or whatever it may be, or people we hire in our personal life, says, I don't want to do the business anymore. I can't do the plumbing work. Okay, it's a commercial decision. So either you have to change a condition. The condition is change the alleys so that the supplier is comfortable, and to some of the comments, I think it's if the supplier is not comfortable and they think their employees are at risk, that's their responsibility, and they've made that decision and told us that. We should respect that. Changing the alleys, as Commissioner Marone just laid out, I think is a longer term. It won't fix the problem before the end of the year, that's for sure. So now what do we do in the short term? Do we find another supplier just for Pass a Grill? People say, we've been told Waste Connections does not have smaller trucks. If they have to go out and buy a truck, the number I was told, they're about $200,000 in change. I believe they'll charge us for that. Are we willing to, and then they'll probably ask for a X-year contract where they recover the cost of their equipment. So is that an avenue we want to go down and have a different supplier for Pass a Grill? And it may be more expensive than the $18 or so that we all pay a month, but that'll be a solution if we find a supplier that will go down to the alleys. Because this supplier, it's like trying to put a square peg in a round hole. They say they don't want to do it. Okay, it's their commercial decision. Now we're kind of stuck. Residents, I understand the point. In District 2, I mean, the feedback I get, Waste Connections is a good company. And there are always issues, but they're very responsive. They clean, they'll come if they miss a pickup. They'll send trucks out. You call the supervisor, and they'll send a truck out that day, or the following day you get a special pickup. So, I mean, that we can do in the short term, because trying to fix the alleys, which, as you rightfully laid out, is a bigger, but I think it's much longer term, and it won't solve the problem, before 2024. And if that's the avenue people want to go down, then so be it. And Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Lowry is jumping up and down with you. If I can make a comment in the back, but I leave it to you.
At the microphone, please. We need at the microphone for the record.
But anyway, that's what he comes up. That's what I think. We have to be realistic.
Yeah, there's other people.
There's other questions that there's probably answers for, but how are you going to do it?
Just be aware that when you do these types of things, you're going to get people from the audience saying, hey, you gave that person more time. So I don't care what you do. I'm just making you aware of that. Okay.
Thank you.
Bob Shiros is the next person.
Hi, I'm Bob Shiros. I live at 1002 Pass a Grill Way. I too am picking on the maintenance of the alley and the lack of there been for the last couple of years. But one hardship that is unintended is when it rains, I have to drain my garbage through 16 inches of water. I'm flooded out. And there's no resolve for that. So that's an unintended consequence. The other issue is I now watch my neighbors take their garbage across the street when they leave and put it in the city cans because they can't, they're not here on the weekends, on the weekdays. So what do? They can't leave their garbage in the back. So unintended consequences, they find city blaze, the city trash cans, and they put their garbage in that. So I ask that you take care of the alleys, make them right, Certainly would be nice if, my Mini Cooper didn't have to go through 16 inches of water, because that is a little tough. And I also would like to say you did a great job on the beaches, though. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question on the alleys. Can we clarify what we mean by maintenance? Is the maintenance not being performed by the city, or the maintenance is not performed by the homeowners?
So there's two issues. One of the maintenance issues is these, in some of the alleys, these huge gaping divots, which not that big a deal if it's not raining, and we had a very dry summer. But when it rains, water sits in there, it turns gray, the sun beats on it, we get mosquito larvae. So that is one maintenance issue. The other maintenance issues are not in all the alleys, but some of the alleys, where whether Duke has added a pole that's now obstructing an area of the alley, or there are fences where the inside of the fence, which is the private property, there is growth actually pushing the fence into the alley. We have those issues. We have overgrowth of trees over the top into the alleys, and then we have growth in the alleys that is planted by the residents but is in public easement space. So it's multifaceted. It's not new. It's happened over time. And I mean, this is like Vice Mayor Grill said, that's a long-term issue that needs attention, for sure. The question is, how do I get, when I'm trying to solve a problem for the residents, how do I get Waste Connections, when they say this in this letter, to still come out and do what we want them to do when we can't get the alleys fixed fast enough, and they're saying, no, we won't do it. And that's what I feel like, stuck. Is there a solution? Maybe there is. It's a smaller truck. I don't know. They're saying they don't have smaller trucks. So every time we ask a question, we get an answer that doesn't get us further down the road. So I think audience comments.
City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just wanted to make a couple of comments on the maintenance side of it. Obviously, the storms or just routine rain creates havoc on these shell alleys because they're flat. There's no drainage. There's nowhere for the water to go in a lot of cases. So the city does have a budget to re-shell alleys as they get bad. So there's an annual budget for that to go in, put more shell, try to level them out. Of course, after you have a few storms, you start getting the potholes again because the water finds the place to go. It's my understanding that, and I think it was started last year, in rebuilding some alleys, and not just putting shell down, but using a geogrid type product with the shell to try to resolve that problem. And I believe 2 alleys have been done recently, 2021 and 18th and 19th, somewhere in those areas. And the city does have money budgeted in this year's budget to rebuild more alleys with this geogrid, and money budgeted in over the next 4 years to rebuild these alleys in a way that they can withstand more traffic, they can handle the storms better. So I think that there may be a long-term solution once the alleys have a better base for any type of vehicles to circumvent on. But short-term would be a very difficult situation because, like you're saying, there's certainly fences, trees, everything that are probably not on private property. They're in city property, and there'd be people upset. And there's probably things on private property that are encroaching, tree branches and things like that. And of course, the city can't go onto the private property and try to do those things. So short term, it's a tough sell. Long term, there may be a solution though once the alleys are in better shape. The issue with smaller trucks, I haven't tried to look into smaller trucks, but I don't remember who made the comment, but if we required them to go to a smaller truck, I'm sure that's an amendment to a contract that they would want to see that would cost everybody money. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you for clarifying. Next comment.
Patricia Lopez.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Patricia Lopez. It's our home in Paso Grill is actually our second home. We live in Tampa, so I drove over tonight for the meeting, and the address of my home is 1005 Gulf Way. About 13 years ago, I was very, very fortunate to buy our little dream cottage in the cutest little community I think exists in Florida, in Paso Grill. And the reason we bought there was because of its charm, because of the alleys, the way it's laid out. I'm in one of those historic homes that has no access to the front. We drive down the alley to park in the carport behind our home. We're in the middle of the block, so we have to schlep our garbage cans over to the side. We're not there all the time. We come over for a couple of days and we leave. That means we're going to have to come and stay, whether we want to or not, just to bring our trash cans in, which I think is a very inconvenience. And when we bought the house, the alleys seemed to be, back 13 years ago, a lot more accessible than they are today. And the gist I got out of the letter that you read was that the alley space has decreased. And this has been addressed several times by other people that have come up here. And I really don't think that has been taken care of properly. I know behind my home is the historic center. The palm trees there are growing out into the alley. At 1009 and a half at the corner of Gulf Way and the corner of 10th, there is a huge palm that is blocking off part of the alley. Why can't these be trimmed? Why can't the alley accesses be taken care of properly by the city? And I think we would have avoided this problem. And I know you're talking about that tonight. And I think you need to pay more attention to that. Our taxes have tripled because we can't homestead our home because we do in Tampa. So you're making a lot more revenue. I don't know how much of the percentage goes to the city itself, but in Paso Grill, I know a lot of people that used to live there full-time have sold. A lot of investors have come in, unfortunately, and built homes, so their taxes are tremendous. You're getting a lot more revenue than you ever did in the past. I know that. So I think some of that could go towards keeping the alleys a little more accessible. And you talk about the burden. There's an extra fee, like a $75 fee to have them come in and pick up your trash. We have a main house and a guest house. We're getting a double charge from Waste Management because of our 2 units. I'm going to...
Thank you for your time.
That's it?
Everybody gets the same 3 minutes. Thank you.
Joseph Caruso.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Joseph Caruso. My business is 1301 Gulf Way, St. Pete Beach. I own the Sable Palms Inn and the Havana Inn, and I've operated there for years and years. And I hear from my guests all the time, if they wanted to look at garbage, they'd stay in Newark, New York, and Chicago. They don't want to look at garbage on the streets, neither do we. My neighbors don't want to look at my garbage cans in front of their house because my properties that are on Gulf Way, I've been told I have to put it on the nearest side street. You can't put it on Gulf Way because then I'd be taking up city parking spaces, and there's no spaces to even put the garbage cans because there's cars in them. So we have neighbors dragging my garbage cans and leaving notes, do not put your garbage cans in front of my house. They say go put them on the next street. But then those people will be mad that I'm putting on that street. So, I mean, it's a problem. Ward, I believe you were on the city commission when I had issues with the Coconut Inn. And I put some palm trees in. They went a couple inches into the city right-of-way on the alley. And we resolved the situation. The city came and they surveyed all the alleys. and they wanted to make sure fire trucks could go down all the alleys. So there is a record somewhere, 2011, 2012, of the width of all these alleys. And there was actually an ordinance written of how far a property owner could go into the right-of-way and do plantings. So if we could somehow dig that up and find out what we're allowed, and if it's not, like any other city, enforce it. And as far as we don't want change in Paso Grill, change is difficult. That's why we all live in Paso Grill, because we don't want change. We want it the same, and that's what makes Paso Grill special. The alleys were always back there for that reason, for the garbage, to keep it out of sight. It's a mixture of businesses and homes, and it's beautiful, and we want to keep it that way. It's not just neatly placed garbage cans like you would in front of a single-family home. It's from businesses, it's from residents, it's debris from trees. It's once in a while they pick up an old couch. I mean, it's going to look like a third world country out there. I mean, it's classy. Let's keep it like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment, please.
Nancy Solte.
If you'll please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Nancy Salt. I live at 609 Gulf Way, and I've lived here for a long time. I have all the other issues that everybody else does. St. Petersburg does, I have seen WCI trucks there. They do have smaller trucks in St. Petersburg for their alleys. They're out by St. Paul's and 22nd Avenue because they've got smaller alleys than we have. But my main issue is I wondered if anybody could have, I have a problem that a lot of people have. I'm handicapped. I'm elderly. I physically cannot move my garbage can down the street. And I tried 4 times. I've called here, and 4 times, WCI, and everybody's pointing fingers, and nobody seems to offer a solution. They told me about that walk-up, and I signed up for it. I said, this is great. This is perfect. It'll work out for me. You can walk to my house, get my garbage can. A month later, after my flies were having grandchildren in my garbage can, I don't know what to do. I was hoping that somehow somebody could negotiate with the city, with WCI, and devise a plan to have a service to offer to take. Now, there can't be that many of us in Paso Grill. But my neighbors help. My neighbors, thank you, Chris, take my garbage can back and help me a lot. But that's not the answer. So if you could all look into that to see if there's some way that you can, because, there's got to be some kind of, they can't just stop and leave us standing there. I can't rely on my neighbors. It's just not fair. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further comments? If you have a card, please deposit it with the city clerk. Please state your name and address for the record.
Reza Razavi. I have a couple of properties in Paso Grill, 1105 Gulf Way, 2500 Paso Grill Way. And first of all, I just wanted to welcome Mr. Saunders. Welcome back to the city of St. Pete. I heard quite a few comments. I'm going to make things, I'm going to respond to a few things here. Regarding the contract, my understanding from Mr. Maroon is that the contract was 8 years and we're 5 years into the contract. I do a lot of contracts as well with other agencies. If you have a contract, you need to abide by that contract. So they can't just pick up and leave and say, okay, we're leaving. So they need to complete their 8-year contract. If they don't, I'm pretty sure the city attorney is here, and our other colleague here, and litigation can be pursued, and I'm pretty sure city will come ahead. So they need to fulfill that, and they've done it for 5 years, and they've done it the same way these past 5 years. So obviously they can do it. 70 some odd years, one of our colleagues mentioned that they've been doing this. So if those trucks can handle those alleys for 70 odd years, they can still handle them, including firefighters, which we heard from one of the owners, and I'm pretty sure including Tico. Gentlemen, take a drive on Gulf Way. It does not look good when you're driving and you see all these garbage cans. I put mine because one of mine was stolen, so whenever you pass by, you'll see the name Reza, unfortunately. I said, you know, I didn't get my name on the buildings, but at least I'm getting them on garbage cans. It doesn't look good. You make revenues through those parkings. And now there's garbage cans sitting. I actually sat and monitored. Chris, I do similar things you do, little experiments. And I sat there one Saturday to see if my garbage can is out, how many people will park in front of it. Believe it or not, it was one of the few spots in 1105 that said empty. People would come, they would see the garbage can, they didn't want to park in front of it, they would go by. So it's actually hurting your pocketbook. So that's the other aspect of it. Regarding Mr. Clark, yeah, I love working with the city. I'm setting a meeting to meet with Mr. Saunders, and it would be a pleasure to sit with him. And I went to Mr. Clark because he's a very reasonable human being. So I wanted to have a conversation. I was the one that actually brought up safety issue. I told Mike, I said, Mike, I don't understand the road issue, but I would understand if you pull a safety issue here, legally. Because the road issue won't suffice, because this has been going on for a while. So the letter you're receiving, it's post that meeting, and I tell you, I have called Waste Management. I can give you the list of people that I've spoken with, and they've actually come to my property, and they said, you know what, we don't have a problem going back there.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much. There is a backdoor service, by the way, so there is a way to resolve this. I do please ask, maybe we can
Thank you,
have
sir.
a resident workshop with you guys. We can resolve this somehow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah, the backdoor service I talked to Bill and Logan about, and they said for an extra $10, if you have access from your front of your property to the back of the property or along the side, they will go back there and get it. But you almost have to do a drill with them. You'd have to pay for the service and then say, guys, you're out here now, well, let's do a walkthrough. I mean, because Nancy, I don't know how you get your garbage picked up in the rear without doing a walkthrough, and they know how to get there. So.
Chris, they don't. They don't. I apologize, but they don't come all the way to the back.
This is what they're telling me. Again, that's one of the reasons we're having this meeting is you're told something, I'm told something, somebody else is told something different. I'm trying to pull it all together so that we can get some common denominator here. We're getting closer, but we're not there yet. I tried to get someone from Waste Connections here. I got this letter. That's as close as we've gotten so far.
But that service is available across the city in all the districts, because we do have people in all the districts who aren't able to pull their bin to the street for whatever reason, and they can work that out with Waste Connections. Now, they're maybe a little bit different with going around the back to the alleys, because we do have driveways, but just.
I've got a couple thoughts, Mayor. Sure. If you remember it, I don't know if it was the last meeting or when it was, we had this issue in District 3, and Bella Vista has alleys, three alleys. And we ran into this issue 3 or so years ago. I did kind of like you did, walking through the alleys. There were clearly encroachments in the alleys. I don't know the alleys of Paso Grill as well as I do District 3, but if you walk through, there were fences, trees, telephone poles, all kinds of things. And those alleys are 10 feet wide. I'm not sure in Paso Grill. I'm assuming they're 10, but I don't know.
Some are bigger, some are smaller.
And 10 is very narrow. You get any kind of an encroachment, and you can't get those garbage trucks through. And so the only way to do it would be to survey every alley. And as I talked to residents and said, hey, you know, if you want me to push this thing through, we can survey the alleys. But there are going to be a lot of people unhappy when they see how much of their stuff has to be moved. The residents at that time agreed to have it on the street, and it's been that way since in Bella Vista. But that would be a way to carry this through if that issue gets resolved. I don't know if it really resolves the issue. The residents are supposed to be maintaining the alleys, just so I've heard some comments about landscaping and things, just like you're supposed to maintain your right-of-way in front of your house. If you have an alley, you're supposed to be maintaining that. So not the city is not expected to maintain it. And that's all over the city. That's any place else. So I think things like shelling the alleys, things like that, obviously would be the city's responsibility. So it's a lot of surveying to do. That wouldn't happen overnight. Once the surveying is done, then you have to get to residents and tell them they've got to remove their impediments. And I don't know if that's the only issue. I don't know if there are other issues beyond that. Obviously, telephone poles, that's one of the reasons, and I do understand where residents are coming from. I mean, alleys are meant to have the services, and it's nice to have utilities, garbage, all that in the alleyways, but the Duke Energy has to put their poles someplace. So that was some of the problems in Bella Vista, and you weren't going to move those. So if that was impeding a garbage truck, then that's a whole different issue. So I don't know of all the issues, but that if the city wants to move in that step, that would be one of the first things that has to be done is surveying everything, and then deciding what has to move. So, and again, I don't know if that resolves everything. So I guess that's the question is where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here, right?
So I think one of the things is, you know, we have a letter from Waste Connections, but if somebody's here from Waste Connections, I can ask them this question. What's it gonna take to get you to go back down the alleys again? And then you say it's X, Y, and Z, and then we say, can we do this? I think we can do it. What kind of turnaround time do we have? And see if we can accomplish it. That seems like a logical thing to do, but maybe I'm wrong.
I think we need to have the city manager sit with Waste Connections and sort this out. This letter was addressed to Public Works. I mean, it's through your staff that owns the relationship with the supplier. And then let us know what they say. I think we have to look at a strategic, which is what are we going to do in the short term? As I said, and then a tactical for the short term, and then a strategic solution. Because residents have told us loud and clear, I think we've all received quite a number of emails that they don't want to do what they're being asked to do. So is there a way in the short term, what can we do in the short term? And then strategically, do we need to go to a potentially different supplier? Do we need to ask them to come back and with a different type of service for a different truck, or what do we need to do? And then we can have some hard decisions, then we can make some decisions that hopefully can solve come up with a win-win solution.
Well, Commissioner Grill, I just made a note to schedule a meeting with those people so we can ask that very question, because this has been an issue that I've been here a week now, and I've gotten a lot of emails on this. It was the very first day that I turned my computer on. The very first email I had was this issue. So I've been trying to, as y'all know, there's been a lot of things I've been trying to catch up on. But certainly is one, and I will meet with them, and then if we want to schedule a meeting with them to actually get in the room with y'all. But I think it would be good if I can take that first step and meet with them, talk with them about the things that have been discussed here tonight, the issues y'all have, and then the second step would be to get them in the same room with y'all and see if there are some solutions, if that's the direction y'all would like to go.
And in a short term, I need to know who has the physical hardship that is having trouble getting Waste Connections to service them through that hardship, so that we can meet with them, because it's going to take an on-site meeting to get where the access is and where you're going to pick the can up, so that we can do that. There are instances of that, so we just need to know who those folks are, other than Nancy, who's, I know where she lives and I know what her problem is.
I think there's one other question that was brought up that merits looking into from the city attorney's office. I think even talking about litigation is not even in the right direction. We shouldn't be having that conversation before we have real conversations about solutions, right? But is there something is this change now? We don't have to have an answer to this, but is the change to the contract now no longer performing, or is their position going to be, well, you're not maintaining the alleys, therefore we cannot perform? But I think there should be maybe as a next step, looking into that as well.
I'm guessing that the contract stipulates exactly what they're supposed to do, and then when they have issues, they're supposed to put the city on notice that we're having issues. That's why I'm a little concerned about, there must be some other communications that have taken place, notices, things like that, because to have like just a unilateral decision just like that, where we're not going down there, they must know that that's going to affect a lot of people, exactly what you're getting tonight. So we'll look at the contract. Usually they have procedures in there where if they, for some reason, they're having difficulty or it's an impossibility for them to complete the route the way that they were contracted to complete the route, there should be a notice given to the city, and there may have been already a notice given to the city. I don't know, but we'll look at the agreement so that Wayne is fully aware of how that agreement reads when he meets with the representative from Waste Connections.
Thank you, sir.
And I'd be curious to see with Waste Connections, when Wayne meets with them, if we can survey the alleys and clear the obstructions, is that going to resolve their issues? I mean, that may resolve the issues. What I don't know is, are there telephone poles and things that you can't easily move?
I think there'll be several components to how to solve it, but we just need to find out what it is.
Yeah. And it sounds like it also could use some residents' help, because I'm seeing in that letter, they're talking about people parking in the alleys, whether it's service vehicles and things like that. I'm sure that happens from time to time, and not easy to back up a garbage truck.
All right, any further discussion on this item? I would like everyone to take one moment and take a look back at the clock, if you wouldn't mind. It's 7:35. And I only point that out for the reason of, and I was sitting right there a year ago, and I was coming before the commission, and I was taking my time almost every other week. So I've been where you are, and sometimes it's easy to say, these people are making decisions without taking us into consideration. They don't care. They just want to make what's easy and convenient. And I just want you to note that we took an hour and a half tonight. And I mean, I've read the emails. We've responded to many of them. We do want to serve our community, and we're taking this very seriously. And I do appreciate what the commissioners are doing tonight. We had a very light agenda. We're all hoping to go home early tonight. That's not going to happen, right? But we're here because we do love this city, and we do care about our residents, and we do want to serve you. And we do take this responsibility very seriously. So we're going to take time, and we're going to try to work on some solutions. And in the meanwhile, we're going to have to ask for your patience and grace, right? It's not going to happen overnight. And we do need you to work with us on that as well. We're going to do our part. And if you have a hardship, let us know. Send us an email. We'll call Waste Connection. We'll get it figured out. Your trash shouldn't have to sit back there for a month, right? We'll make sure that those items are addressed. So again, I do want to thank everyone for coming out. I know it's, I sincerely appreciate you coming here. This really helps us to make better decisions for the city when you come here and you voice, when you speak up and you tell us, where we can improve. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You going to tell them what time you started your first meeting here today?
We started our first meeting today at noon. So
we've only been here 7.5 hours.
We've been here a while. We've got a few more hours to go. But, that's what we signed up for. And so, but anyway, thank you. All right, so next we have the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So this, just to clarify, this is consent A.
A and B.
3A
and 3B.
Second.
City Clerk, if we'll please have a roll call.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Should we, in a moment.
We're going to ask you to please vacate the room. If you want to have a conversation, you're more than welcome to do that outside in the hallway.
Next, we have action item 4A, renewal lease agreement with Sarton LLC. Sarton LLC. Do we have, all right, Jennifer.
This agenda item came to you all in August, and if you remember correctly, you extended it 45 days so we could address some of the things that were brought up. So we made those amendments. We updated our exhibits. We received from them all the insurance that we were looking at, their state liquor license. I also provided copies. We do on a regular basis, as you can see. I just grabbed the last couple months. We have our beach manager that goes and does an inspection on a regular basis. So we are in communication with them quite often. Is there any questions?
I think Commissioner Grill had a couple of questions about some violations that they've had.
Well,
They addressed that at the last one, but they...
no, they did not. So there were four items, I think, from the minutes from the last time, and because it's not very clear in the package what changed from the last time. There were the first question was how has staff evaluated the company to determine that they're following rules as outlined in the agreement. What's the feedback mechanism? What feedback mechanism is used to enforce the contract and monitor performance? For example, the items they're selling, the cups used, no cans, etc. There were questions on the lease payments. Are they in line with market rates? There was discussion on the Paso Grill location, whether the storage area was included as part of the contract or not. And then on the health inspection. So those were the things that I remember out of the minutes. I did see. I answered some sort of review. It's not clear to me who's doing the review. It's the handwritten with the one with the check marks. Is that a city document? And does that mean that we're going out there weekly? Because it does seem weekly.
It's done by the beach manager.
Weekly.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, so...
And that's not new. That's something we have been doing with this contract. I think Wayne used to get those reports from me.
Okay.
So the insurance is provided.
I just, in general, I just think on these kind of documents, they should have a city logo and who's prepared them, just so we know for the record. And the one on the item on that we had a discussion on the health inspections, are we? We have something on this checklist that says we're reviewing cleanliness. Are we really reviewing cleanliness, or is this a general cleanliness? Because I think it's the health department responsible for the health inspection reviews, not us.
Correct.
That's the...
And then the last thing I'll point out, and I'll turn it over to others, is that the 45 days expired on October 6th, and today's October 10th. So we're 4 days late. We need a process. We need to get these reviewed within timeframes.
We can only do so much.
Well, if we can't do it, then we should amend the contract.
Yeah, I think what happened was the storm, because a meeting was planned with these folks and council, Matthew, and then we had the storm and everything got...
We got pushed back. We were going to come back and have it pushed back because of the storm, but that's just...
Because I was aware of the impending time limit, and I reached out to Counselor Mr. McConnell and reached out to both Jennifer McMahon and the applicant and asked them all what was the status, is this moving forward? And they said, yeah, we just had the meeting.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify the extension period. So it wasn't from the meeting itself, it was from the end of the initial term. So it would have been 45 days from August 31st, which takes us to October 15th. And today's the 10th, so if we execute this, then we'll be within the amendment term. Just to clarify.
Thank you.
Okay, I didn't know if I was clear enough.
Fine, it is what it is. That's not how I interpreted the minutes, but okay.
Yes, sir. I was just going to say that, I mean, I read the staff report. I think staff has been satisfied working with them. They're up on their payments. I've heard good things from residents. So I'm ready to proceed. I was concerned with, some of the reports that you're referencing. In terms of the market conditions, I was on the city commission when we first approved this. It was a bid process. In the documents, it's clear that it's a 3% or a cost of living increase with extensions. So, I think it's a valid question to ask about market rates, but this was kind of all built into that contract 5 years ago. So, unless somebody else has some other comments, I'm ready to vote.
Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the city manager to renew the concession lease agreement with Starston LLC.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please have a roll call.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Fryslowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 4B.
Yes, that's my item, Resolution 2023-19. So I'll read the title block first. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, recognizing Florida City Government Week, October 16th through the 23rd, 2023, and encouraging all citizens to support the celebration and corresponding activities and providing for an effective date. This is, oops, my apologies. This is an event that the Florida League of Cities promotes and pushes out to all city municipalities. We were fortunate enough to prepare some activities last year, but of course with the staffing changes that you all are aware of, we were unable to plan any specific activities. But I still feel that it is important to show our support for this week, and that's what is in front of you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Fryslowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrola?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have item 4C, formerly 3C, street closure and wet zone. Commissioner Grill.
Page 43.
Yes.
So I don't have any issue with the event and the documents. What I wanted to discuss was we had put in place, and it's in the staff report, it's the third paragraph, that if there are no changes to the event other than the date in the future, then the approval will be delegated to staff. It doesn't need to come back. And we used to have a process, where wet zones all came to the commission, and I would like to have the wet zones come back to the commission for renewals on a yearly basis.
We did that with several other ones recently.
We did.
I 100% agree.
Okay.
Okay. It's your prerogative. I think they just got in the habit of when there were events that were recurring frequently to do that. But yeah, definitely, if that's your prerogative, they'll be brought back to you.
So is this an annual event or a quarterly event, or?
It's actually a reborn fish broil, the fish broil event.
So it's annual?
It will be.
Yeah.
Okay.
We used to have the annual fish broil there at that park,
Yeah.
and then it got moved over to Haram Park and then Gulf Beach
Early
Historical.
Yeah.
It was moved all over the place, and then it ended, and then this is kind of a memorial to the fish broil.
Yeah.
Where it's going to be fish spread, Because we did, it was a lot of work. It was,
Well, if it's annual, it's not too much.
No.
this is,
Yeah.
hassle. If it was something every quarter, we could just approve it once for the year, but yeah.
it's annual.
Okay.
And this is a really good event, and I'll go along with the commission, but with the Friends of Gulf Beaches Historical Museum, I'm assuming that played into the whole thing of just making it an annual event.
Yes.
I mean, they're a very good group of people. Do I have to abstain since I'm a member?
All right, do we have a motion to amend?
So I'll make a motion to approve the street closure and wet zone as stated in the staff report with the change that it comes back to the commission for annual review.
Do we have a second?
I second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Frizlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Mayor Petrella.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have item 4D, formerly 3D, temporary license agreement, Suntan Art Center. Commissioner Grill.
Get to the page here.
48.
So the reason I pulled this out, I had I guess I have two questions. One question, which is why is it a temporary license agreement? Is there anything with the word temporary? I forgot.
I'll refer to the attorneys for that.
Yeah, in the code, you can only rent city-owned property for a minimum 5 years. So it's not a permanent license agreement, it's temporary because it has a termination date, which
Okay.
means it's not forever.
Okay. Thank you. And then I'll just point out that I believe this one is also expired, and we're late. This says it expired last week, and we held a market over this weekend without an agreement in place. So,
I think we can add that to the list of discussions when we interview a new city manager.
well,
I mean, on the long list of things to,
but I just would
Yeah.
point out to the new city manager, we've had these concerns with contracts, just getting visibility so that staff is aware of what's renewing, contracts are expiring, coming up, so we can take the appropriate actions, get the work done, get it in front of the commission on a timely basis. We were told there's a new system was coming in, and the system will solve it. We have a new procurement manager coming who's on board, but we got to get there.
Yep.
'Cause it's a,
We'll certainly make that a priority.
all right, thank you.
Yeah, Matthew and I discussed this. We were aware of the dates. We literally ran out of time to get it here before tonight.
Understand.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the temporary license agreement?
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Commissioner Marone.
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill.
Yes.
Commissioner Frizlowski. Mayor Petrella.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have action item 4E. At the last Big C meeting, there was a board vacancy for the PSTA, for the Pinellas Transit Authority. At that meeting, the Big C made a motion, and it carried to appoint me to the PSTA board. We are, out of the barrier cities of the Big C, we're the one that has the PSTA, right? The Sunrunner and and so that was something that we were hoping would happen, so that we actually have representation from the city and for our residents on the PSTA board, so we can be part of those discussions that significantly impact our city and our residents. So I'm very glad for it. I'm happy to do it. It's going to take additional time to do that, but I'm happy to do it.
And I will say, I covered the meeting for the mayor while he was out, and we negotiated, and I know it's the next item we'll be voting on, that I would cover the Big C meeting. So we have a seat there. As I told him, I committed that St. Pete Beach will cover we'll make sure that we are represented at the Big C, and that St. Pete Beach will be the representative out to the PSTA, so that's good.
Was there a was it the same day and time? Is that why that?
They're
Yeah.
generally, I think, 11 out of 12 months, it's on the same day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, this will be the first time that we've had a representative from St. Pete Beach on the PSTA, namely because we're not a full-fledged member. And so we've always kind of sort of been looked down upon a little bit because us and Treasure Island are not full-fledged members. We have a very unique contract with them. And thankfully, our citizens voted for that, or didn't vote for it, I guess you could say, way back when everybody voted in the county. So we're in a really unique position. We would be paying a whole lot more money, a lot more money. And it wouldn't be on your individual tax bills. It would be, part of the city's tax bill. So, I mean, it would be on your individual tax bill. It wouldn't be on the city's. Like right now, the amount we pay to PSTA doesn't show up on our individual tax bills. It's part of the overall general fund that we fund it. So anyway, I'm glad that we're offered that opportunity to be on it.
Yeah, it's the Big C position. I will say that at the last, I think it was the last PSTA board meeting where the discussion on the Sunrunner Fair was discussed, and our previous city manager, Mr. Ray, got up and spoke. At least one or two board members strongly reminded us that we were not full-paying members.
I'm sure they're going to try and talk you into...
Yeah, and I strongly reminded them that we're the only ones impacted by the decisions that they make.
Yeah.
Without representation.
Right.
So, do we have a motion to?
So moved.
Second?
City Clerk?
What's the motion? We have a motion
I was going to say, was there an actual motion?
I think the motion is to endorse the mayor's seat at the PSTA board, right? Yeah.
So moved.
Through the Big C.
And to appoint Commissioner Grill to the
I think
Big C.
That's the next item, but we can combine it.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I captured it correctly. So Commissioner Brzezowski, who seconded?
I think I made the motion, unless somebody else seconded it.
I'll second it.
All right. City Clerk, if you'll please have a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And at that same Big C meeting, Commissioner Grill was kind enough to donate additional time out of his schedule every month to attend the Big C meeting. And so if we can please have a motion to endorse Commissioner Grill's representation at the Big C. Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Commissioner Brzezowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Marone?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Mayor Petrilla?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have item 5, ordinances. A, first reading of ordinance 2023-10, comprehensive plan evaluation appraisal report amendments.
An ordinance of the City of St. Pete Beach, Florida, amending pursuant to sections 163.3184 and 163.3191 Florida statutes. The City of St. Pete Beach Comprehensive Plan Element 1, Citizen Input on Community Redevelopment. Element 2, Future Land Use Plan Element. Element 3, Transportation Plan Element. Element 4, Housing Plan Element. Element 5, Infrastructure Plan Element. Element 6, Coastal and Conservation. Element 7, Recreation and Open Space. Element 8, Capital Improvements. Element 9, Intergovernmental Coordination. And Element 10, Public School Facilities. Striking Element 11, Future Land Use Maps and relocating in its amended content to Element 2, Future Land Use Plan Element, and creating Element 11, Private Property Rights Element, providing for codification, conflicts, severability, correction of scrivener's error, construction, publication, and an effective date. Those Roman numerals, they get you.
They'll get you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Once again, Philip DiMaria, I'm a certified planner with Kinley Horn for the record. And with me is Nicole Galasso, also a planner with Kinley Horn. Quickly, I just want to describe kind of our scope of work here and what we attempted to help the city do with our scope and what is before you today. So this is a comprehensive plan update. This is what we call EAR-based amendments, EAR-based amendments. That stands for Evaluation and Appraisal Report. That is required by Florida statute to occur once every 7 years. You're basically on a scheduled timeline. And the state says, we want you to take a look at all the changes that we're making in our Florida statutes, and we want to make sure that you're compliant with all of those changes. So this is strictly more of a compliance update, more so than anything. You fold in another layer, which is peculiar to Pinellas County, which is the existence of a county-wide plan with county-wide rules. And so we're assessing for compliance with those rules as well. Earlier this summer, in June, a letter was filed with the Department of Economic Opportunity to inform them that this would be coming to them. And we performed all of the required data inventory and analysis to prepare for this package to be sent up to Tallahassee for their review. We started this way back in March of 2020 with our initial kind of assessment. And we've performed a plethora of different public outreach and analysis as we are before you today in October, asking for a recommendation to transmit. We do want to cover just a few items in depth. The first is the data inventory and analysis. This was prepared in accordance with state statutes. It's Chapter 163, 3177. This requires that basically a full analysis of the level of service, build out, all of your planning horizons are assessed to ensure that your comprehensive plan is able to keep up with the demands of the city in every 7 years up through the planning horizon. Through this analysis, we came to a conclusion that St. Pete Beach does not need to increase any density to accommodate future population growth and is meeting the level of service standards for utilities, recreation, and open space. This build-out analysis is fairly complex, but we wanted to boil this down for you just for y'all to understand what occurred. So we first started with determining what projected permanent population through 2045. 2045 is the elected planning horizon, so your comp plan is meant to move through a planning horizon. There's an increase of approximately 280 residents, as this is done through a population projection analysis. We then took that and calculated the build-out of potential vacant land. So all the vacant land area in the city, if you built that out, how many more residential units could that accommodate? Could accommodate approximately 512 residential units. We then looked at the build-out of the potential of the special planning areas and determined what opportunities were there in a redevelopment scenario for residential units in those locations. Those all totaled up, that larger redevelopment scenario totaled up to approximately 1,837 residential dwelling units, whereas the required to meet the projected demand was about 145 residential dwelling units. So this is all a big scenario exercise to determine that basically your future land use map that you have adopted today could accommodate the growth projected by professional sources. An overview of the revisions, the actual strike-through and underlines that were done as part of this update, the actual amendments. They were responses to those statutory changes, the Forward Pinellas review of the comprehensive plan of St. Pete Beach's current comprehensive plan and their feedback. And we folded all of that feedback into the amendments that you see before you today, along with some level of service changes. We'll go through this quickly. Two major statutory changes were the addition of a private property statement of rights that occurred about a year and a half, 2 years ago in a legislative session, where now a new element of every municipality's comprehensive plan is required to state that private property is protected through certain goals, objectives, and policies, and then addressing a risk of peril of flood, so resiliency in the comprehensive plan. We incorporated those in these underlined goals and objectives that you see on screen. This is included within your packet for the private property statement of rights. And then resiliency folded into several chapters, namely transportation, infrastructure, coastal and conservation, described stormwater drainage manuals, watershed management master plans, and addressed some of the statutory requirements as it relates to publicly funded infrastructure in coastal high hazard areas. For Forward Pinellas, in their review, they found three major requirements and some minor ones that we needed to fold into the current comprehensive plan. They were Vision Zero, some countywide requirements as far as maps and designations of future land uses within the city, as well as some other policies. The Vision Zero was incorporated within the transportation element to prioritize multimodal safety, compliance with Safe Streets Pinellas, implement education, engineering, and some other items as it relates to best practices for roadway planning and design. Other countywide requirements, these are a little miscellaneous and across the board, but vapor barrier requirements, water irrigation restrictions, etc. This future land use designation, this is unique to Pinellas County. Effectively, there's the local government's adopted future land use plan, the future land use map. Forward Pinellas also has its own future land use map. And so there was a request for these to kind of harmonize or at least identify what countywide map categories would apply to the city's future land use map. So no changes were performed, no increases in density and intensity as it relates to the future land use of the local government, just simply addressing which countywide ones would apply. And you can see that on screen here in that yellow category. A review of the level of service was performed, everything from potable water to fire and library. We modernized these with current planning practices, looked for opportunities to address any items that might come up. Two things that I'll call to your attention were sanitary sewer. There was a modification to the method of the level of service requirement, level of service measurement, and that went from GDP per capita to ERU per day, and that's consistent with what many communities are doing across the state. And then a pavement condition index is brand new to the city, but once again, this is seen as a best practice. Many communities locally and across the state are including that moving forward.
When you say it's new to the city, new into our plan.
Correct.
We've been using a PCI for quite some time.
That's absolutely correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next steps. We're here today. This is the first time you'll see this for transmittal hearing. This will be, if you choose to transmit this, it'll go to Tallahassee and DEO and other departments for a state coordinated review. That'll take approximately 60 to 90 days. They'll generate an ORC report, objectives, recommendations, and they'll bring that back to us to Forward Pinellas for a final technical review, and it'll come back before you for a final adoption hearing. Thank you for your patience. Really appreciate the opportunity to present this to you, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right. Questions? None.
I would say it was interesting reading, hundreds of pages of whatever it was, 530 pages. Actually, it's really a lot of kind of fascinating information.
Yeah, there's really some good data if you want to learn about the city and the background and just different statistics.
Yeah.
And
So I don't think I have any comments, though.
Great. Thank you very much.
We talked about,
oh, sorry.
We talked about the impact of residential units. We're not all residential, right? We've got quite a bit of transient. How does?
Specific to population projections or just in general?
I mean, 500 residential units is one thing, but what are the projections and impacts of?
Right. Right.
Yeah,
Well,
there was a slide that you had that we didn't have in our presentation with some of those numbers. I was kind of wondering the same thing. I don't know, is that a,
This one here?
yeah.
Yeah, we included this just as a breakdown, trying to simplify the DIA. This came up as part of the planning board's review, and so we thought it was a good opportunity just to describe it in more detail. So to answer your question, Mayor, and just to talk about this build-out analysis in general, the state identifies what we have to analyze, and that is mainly focused on permanent residential population. There is a description about temporary or seasonal, but it's not specific to lodging units or any of those pieces or parts, mainly thinking about maybe snowbird populations, peak factors, that sort of thing. But to your point, you're correct in that this does not address any of the commercial demands of the city.
So, for discussion, why wouldn't they include the commercial build-out as you're analyzing LOS and different utilities and factors? In a city like ours, where the commercial factor could be a very large number compared to residents.
It's a good question. I think, and in our experience, these comprehensive plan updates are typically focused on just trying to address a planning horizon specifically. And so they try and, the state attempts to even the playing field across the board, across the state of Florida. And every city is unique in terms of temporary populations, number of hotel units, commercial demands, those pieces and parts. So it's not always fitting a round peg in a round hole. That being said, I think the detailed analyses that have been performed and continue to be performed by the city specifically address those pieces and parts. But this is simply for planning, future land use map calculations, those sorts of informative, high-level planning exercises that a comprehensive plan attempts to address.
So under the category of step 3 that you have there, calculate the build-out potential of special planning areas, you have 1,325 residential units. What the special planning area is identified as which area?
So those are your, what are previously referenced as CRDs, those communities.
Right, that's what I was thinking. Okay, it's a CRD. And now it's called a
special planning area.
SPA1, I think it's referred to.
Correct, and then 8th Avenue also has its own SPA
okay.
Avenue. That's correct.
Okay. So that's permanent residential in that area?
Correct.
And not transient?
Correct.
Okay.
Not sure what page it is of your, well, we have a section here, section 3, transportation plan elements, just to pull it out as an example. I guess the question I have on this is this what we're committing to? So it says, it's page 171 of our package.
Okay. We'll pull that really quickly.
I'm not sure that if it's in yours or not.
Yeah, I think it is.
No, it's not in the PowerPoint, it's in the...
Not in the PowerPoint.
It's in the packet, it's in the 500-page backup.
I'm trying to understand what it is that we're being asked to commit to here. So it says transportation over the city's transportation system shall prioritize safety and strive to eliminate traffic, transport-related deaths, and serious injuries, which is all excellent. But I mean, just to pull out a couple things is, for example, it says cities shall provide and maintain crosswalks and sidewalks and roadways of high pedestrian usage. Cities shall consider signalized crossings, mid-block crossings. We don't control those.
Isn't this Vision Zero? This is the
That's
piece
exactly
before
right.
now
Yeah.
That's exactly right.
And so my question is, I mean, are we being asked to commit to doing something that we can't control, or what?
No. Comprehensive plans in general are aspirational.
Of course.
Right. And I would say, fortunately or unfortunately, I guess depending which way you look at it, that aspirational quality of them permits you some leniency in terms of what you're actually able to do. Those, to the Vice Mayor's point, those policies came directly from the Vision Zero aspects from Forward Pinellas. And so we're put in a position, or the city's put in a position where that language needs to be included within the comprehensive plan, although every specific instance will be evaluated on its own basis.
Well, there's language isn't bad. I mean, that's policy 1.7.8. It says the city shall provide and maintain crosswalks and sidewalks on roadways of high pedestrian usage. City shall consider signalized crossings and mid-block crossings on corridors with high pedestrian and high vehicle usage. So
It's just we don't control it. Like, we can't put in a light, we can't put in a crosswalk, we can't put in anything. We can go to the state and ask for it.
Right. Well, I guess I'm
But we
reading the
can't-
word consider. We can consider it, and we do have control over it on our roads. You're right, with the state road. But we have a good cooperation with the state. I mean, all the crosswalks that have been put in, the DOT didn't do that on their own. That was very much in conjunction with us, so. But I kind of had the same question that you did. It seemed a little bit odd that you consider a certain segment of the population, but you don't consider kind of all of them. So when we're thinking about traffic, say in general, you would think you'd consider anyone that could come here, even day trippers, because they have a big impact on us. But maybe when you, yeah, but some of the areas like, parks and recreation, library, those things, I kind of see where you don't necessarily consider the entire population for some of those. So there's a little bit of a mix, I guess.
Yeah, but I mean, for level of service, you certainly would. I mean, if you have X number of day trippers, and if you're looking at increasing density, and it's on here, one of the ones on lodging units, right? If you're looking at adding whatever it is, 100 lodging units or 1,000 lodging units, with the representative number of individuals, then your level of service for sheriff, for fire,
Well, yeah.
and committing to no deaths on Gulf Boulevard.
Yeah.
We were strictly, adhering to, and I know you recognize that, Mayor.
I see it. I mean, it's not, it's
We had a similar discussion the first time we discussed Vision Zero. It was like, we're signing up, I remember Michelle presenting this to us, and we asked the same questions. How can we sign up for something that we basically have no control over? Of course, you want to commit to Vision Zero, you want, 0 deaths. There's no number greater than 0 that you would ever accept or sign up for.
Right.
But underneath it, the things we're committing to aren't ours to do.
We can only commit to do our best.
And then one last question on the, I forget what it's called. On the projected density that we need to keep up with the potential demand. So we're kind of on an island. We sort of run out of land at some point. Right. And this kind of seems like we're supposed to have an increase in residential unit density, but at some point, I think looking at the stats, our population is actually in decline over the last 10 years. But, I realize this might be a problem for 20 years from now, but I'm reading it and it sounds like somebody was saying that we have to have this increase in density available, but what happens when we run out?
Right, and
or am I just not understanding it correctly?
No, you 100% are, and we attempted to address that in our data inventory analysis, and I believe in some of the housing goals as well, but it specifically called out that the city's effectively built out. It's fully and bound by water, surrounded by water, and there's a very limited amount of undeveloped land on the island, and so most of the growth that could occur could only come in the form of redevelopment. So that assumption, that piece is addressed, and there's a whole market factor to that. That piece.
Does that take into consideration just safety and resiliency?
I think so.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any audience comments?
Kevin?
Please state your name and I suppose representation for the record.
Yes, Kevin Reale, 4400 44th Street South, St. Petersburg. Apologize, I was planning on sitting in the back. Not that it's a big deal, but normally I'd be here in a coat and tie. But I just was listening to that presentation. I understand the purpose behind it being the legislature changes things and then the comp plan has to be updated. But one of the questions that came up was, what happens with commercial? And I just wanted to point out that, and you can ask the consultant because, I'm not testifying as to what their report is, but if you have a community redevelopment district and you have those areas of the city that are being considered for residential development, and you're talking about the maximums for residential development, well, that will have an impact on commercial development. You can't build both in the comp plan. Your code wouldn't permit that. And so there is a give and take there. And so by saying that some portions of the city would be developed for residential purposes, it would by default mean that there are likely portions of the city that wouldn't be developed for commercial purposes. And so I don't know how that would balance out. I'm not, proposing that I have that sort of detail, but just the general comment, I wanted to put that comment on the record. Thank you.
And if you wouldn't mind stating for your record your affiliation and registration.
So I am with the Stearns & Miller law firm. We are the agents for the trade winds and the Serrata applications.
And you also registered as a lobbyist for them?
Yes, I'm registered with the city as a lobbyist for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the first reading of ordinance 2023-10 and transmit the comprehensive plan evaluation and appraisal report amendments to the Florida Department of Commerce.
Second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill?
Yes.
Commissioner Frizlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Maroon?
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse?
Yes.
Mayor Petrella?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have item 6, items for discussion. The first one is 6A, business impact statement.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So in the agenda, and Amber in our office worked on putting something together. As you know, Tallahassee was busy this session. There was a lot of ordinances and new laws that came out that we had to abide by. One of them being Senate Bill 170, which amended Chapter 166.041, which is related to the municipalities. And in general, as of October 1st, 2023, which has just passed 9 days ago, every municipality shall prepare a business impact statement in accordance with the statute. So the clerk's office and our office has put something together. We wanted you all to be aware of this document because it will be something that is almost a cover sheet to the ordinances moving forward. There's going to be some analysis. Obviously, we haven't done one yet, so we're going to have to figure out staff-wise who helps with this. You don't have to be a certified accountant, but there are some questions you needed to answer. And there's also some exemptions, right? So ordinances required to comply with federal, state law are exempt. Relating to issuance of refinancing of debt are exempt. Budget ordinances are exempt. Implementing state contracts are exempt. Related to procurement or any amendments to the growth policy, county municipal planning, things like that, land development codes are exempt as well. So this is specific to Code of Ordinances. This kind of piggybacks into the next discussion as well because there was a discussion on business impact fees, so we thought it was appropriate to start with this one. But you can anticipate this being done for something like the beach ordinance, right, which is something that we've worked through over the last year and a half. Perfect segue, we are about ready to issue an updated draft on that. It has taken some time. I don't know if we want to workshop that. This component of it does add an interesting wrinkle because at this point this may take some time at the staff level with our office and the clerk's office to implement a point person for this, to operate this business impact statement prior to the ordinance being adopted. It's very specific. It also has to be published on the website prior to the adoption, which is the second reading. But yes, that's kind of the summary of the issue, and we just wanted to make sure you were aware of this form.
So we develop the form, we have to develop a format, complete the format, publish it in advance of the second reading.
Correct.
And then
At the same, no later than the same time of the second hearing. Right.
second hearing.
But knowing Amber, it'd be probably 7 to 10 days before.
Always early.
Yeah.
Is there a requirement to send it to the state? Is it an auditable document? Is there a review process by the state on a sample basis, or it's just something you have to develop and put on file? Do you know?
Yes, to the latter. So don't have to supply it to the state. Don't have to do, it's an internal document, but you're required as a municipality to do it, to address the issues. And if one of the exemptions apply, as you can see from the document we prepared, you would still see the cover memo. We would just check one of the exemptions so that if anyone asks for a public records request or as these ordinances get added to our website, this statement is made part of the ordinance itself.
Does it stipulate, so if you create let's say you have an ordinance this month, you've got one next month, can you use the same economic impact study for a certain period of time, or is it only good?
That's a great question.
You have to create a new one for each. Can you do one once a year?
It'd be per ordinance, though. So if you're adopting an ordinance on impact fees right now, which you can't really do because of Senate Bill 250, and then next week you're doing parking, you would have to do a business impact estimate for both. But if you're amending park hours, you know, the dances are, and there's two ordinances related to the same thing, knowing how Andrew and I think, which we're more conservative, we probably do two anyways, but there could be situations in which one would suffice.
This is just, it's kind of interesting because I'm just kind of playing some scenarios in my head, and one, like, simple one, not to prolong this meeting hopefully, is we raise the parking fees. So, like, I think I'm on the second page, an estimate of
Already passed up.
direct,
Parking fees passed.
it's not going to impact the business in terms of charging the business, but where do I see it? A good faith estimate of the number of businesses likely to be impacted by the proposed ordinance. Okay, well, it says the number of businesses, okay.
Well, they
At
could come
first-
back and say, well, you raised their parking fees, therefore a few people are coming to our businesses because they
Right.
want to pay the park here.
Right, right. But that, I misread that question at first. I thought they were asking how much it would impact the business. It's just asking how many businesses.
Yeah.
I haven't read this all the way through, but it's going to be interesting. It's a trial and error issue. Go through
Well,
this and
and
see how you're going to.
our look, the first ordinance we're gonna have to do it with is the beach ordinance, which has taken
No impact.
a year.
No problem.
But luckily, the parking, all of those ordinances were passed before October 1st, right?
Right.
Via second reading, so we didn't have to do it there.
Yeah.
I think it'd be interesting, this is something we don't want to be on the leading edge of, is but when this is done somewhere in the state and then somebody challenges it,
Correct.
it'd be interesting to see how that works through.
Well, if anything, this is designed to provide additional avenues for challenges.
To the local government.
No, for example, with the beach ordinance, you know, it's,
Does this have to be done at all levels throughout in the state?
Counties and municipalities, Senate Bill 170 addressed both. Counties and so it amended Chapter 125 and Chapter 166.
But not at the state?
No. But in my legal opinion, right, just my opinion, I think the challenge will be you didn't do it as opposed to you weren't sufficient, because when you read the statute, it doesn't really give you much besides these questions that are in front of you to answer. And as long as a local government, you can say, we tried our best, we addressed it, it's part of the ordinance, I don't see how a court would really say it wasn't enough, because there's really nothing else to look at.
Also, it's in Chapter 166.041, which is predominantly, like, describes, like, how to put the public on notice of meetings and so forth. So this is another piece of information that the state wants you to put the public on notice about, like, this is what we think the economic impact is of this ordinance. You know, I mean, I've seen other, and I'm sure Wayne has as well, other local governments that just do this regularly, you know, just as part of their procedures. You know, like you'll see a county manager or somebody say, like, the economic impact is this. I mean, it's part of Senate bills and House bills. It's in the committee analysis. They do, they have some kind of economic statement. So I think, I don't know that the Senate bill actually, I mean, I think if you don't do it, you certainly would be grounds for violating that statute. But if somebody wanted to, let's say you adopted an ordinance and they also wanted to include, and they challenged that ordinance as being whatever, you know, void, you know, for constitutionality issues or whatever, they also have that. They could attack it with the, and just say you did the analysis wrong or the analysis is wrong. But I don't know that that really is the intent, to force local governments to hire economists that to have to do deep dives into these things. I'm sure, I would think that that's so onerous for some of the really, really small cities and small counties. I think it's just an attempt to put people on notice that here's what we think the economic impact is going to be.
Is this document, this two-page document, is this wording right out of Florida statutes, or did we come up with any of this? How was this?
It was in Amber's office. Amber specifically was involved. It was a morphing of multiple documents. Obviously, Andrew and I are part of municipal attorney associations, Florida League of Cities. They all passed around similar documents, and we kind of morphed it to something that fit our city. But at the same time, a lot of the jurisdictions had the same questions, right, or the same exemptions. It practically looks the same in most jurisdictions.
I just wonder from a quick, can they question the format that we came up with? Sure, it would be nice for them to come up with the format and hand it to us and say, do this. I mean, yeah, you would think, yeah, they would have came up with it, I mean, instead of us. Because, I mean, like looking at number 2, this is what I was reading when I was thinking about the parking rates. It says, number 2, an estimate of the direct economic impact of the proposed ordinance on private for-profit businesses in the city of St. Pete Beach, if any. I thought, ooh, that's going to be, might be tough to get. But then it goes into detail. A, an estimate of the direct compliance costs that business may reasonably incur. Well, the answer is none. I mean, for
So
parking.
that language came straight from the statute.
That's right from the
Okay, good. Then B is any new charge or fees imposed by the proposed ordinance for which businesses will be financially responsible. The answer is none. C is an estimate of the city of St. Pete Beach's regulatory costs, including estimated revenues of any new charges. Well, that would be an answer. We'd have to come up with that answer. But,
correct.
I mean, it seems pretty reasonable, I mean, just on quick reading that.
Well, and even the first one, I mean, stating a public purpose, I mean, we do that in every ordinance already.
Right.
And it really specifically says that it does not require municipalities to procure an accountant or another financial consultant to prepare this. So it's really, like Andrew pointed out, the chapter that they put it in makes us think that it's more of a due process issue, right? Like unintended consequences aspect. Exactly. But any amendments to Appendix A, you know, any of those things moving forward will just take longer at this point, and not significantly longer, because I feel like once we get the hang of it, it'll be a well-oiled machine. But it will take some time to go through this.
Thank you. Good.
I'm going to tell you one area that I'm going to focus on when I get these reports from staff is number 4. I think you all are aware on my desire for documentation, right? So if they're answering no, and it's a very brief 1, 2, and 3, I'm going to go to staff and ask them, how did you get to these things? So that, you know, the comments you were making about it being challenged, I think showing, to Matthew's point, good faith will be found in the response by staff to number 4.
Yep.
Well,
Well, I think it also gives us, or we should be doing it anyway, but maybe it forces some municipalities to actually think about what they're passing. Because if you come out with a number that's, let's say it's bad or has a negative impact to businesses or has a negative economic impact, hopefully the municipality would think more than once about, well, should we really be doing this? Is this really for the good of the
I think
city?
that's really the whole purpose of this. I mean, you go back to our sign ordinance, we talked about that. You know, how is this going to affect businesses? How is it going to affect them financially? And that one would be a little bit more cumbersome to answer some of these things.
Yeah, so then maybe there's something good to come for this.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to stand for the next item as well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because it's a good segue. Because so at last meeting, there was a talk on building fees, right? Permit fees, and there was a discussion in the city manager's report on potentially amending it. And I spoke with Andrew, and I feel like the conversation we just had on 170 adds an additional component to what the commission wanted, which was amending the ordinance, because we'd have to go through a business impact estimate like this in order to do so. And it was my understanding that it would only be for a short period of time, and then we would end up going back and amending the ordinance again to come back, right? So based upon our research, Senate Bill 250 actually amended another Florida statute, which is 553.7922. And it actually reads, following a state of emergency which has been declared by the governor, local governments impacted by the emergency, which Pinellas County was included, shall approve special processing procedures to expedite permit issuance for permits that do not require technical review, including but not limited to, and it lists a plethora of them. And then it also says that we may waive application or inspection fees for permits expedited under this section. So I guess what I'm offering you is a statutory provision that gives you the ability for non-technical permits to waive and expedite them that doesn't result in an ordinance change that would require staff to prepare a business impact estimate.
Sounds pretty good, because my request was, how do we help residents who've been impacted by the storm and not have, and is there something we can do to help them with permit fees? So it sounds like, yes, we can. I think
Correct.
that's the short answer.
And it's pursuant to statute, which is a lot more simple and to the point than amending the ordinance. So as long as you are all okay with it, I've already spoken to, I'll speak to Wayman about it to talk to Mark in the permitting department, but they're aware of the statute, and I think it will just fall into place to what the commission was intending to do.
I'm okay with it.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So does that require any commission action?
In my opinion, no.
Okay.
But the reason I think always it requires commission action, personally, when you're talking about local emergencies, so I appreciate that question, Andrew. But the biggest purpose for bringing it back to you was I didn't want you all to expect an ordinance, not receive it, and then wonder why, when there's clear ruling here under statutes that allows you all to do what you want. So I think it is cleaner for the record to get a motion, even though I believe a motion was made last time, so.
Yeah, I was just going to say we already provided direction at the last meeting, but we can certainly.
It was made last time. I'm
It was
sorry,
just
Mayor.
direction.
It was just direction.
It was
So
a
I was gonna
consensus.
say you could just do consensus again,
Yeah.
but I default to the attorneys.
I just want to, wait, because it's under a discussion item. So I would just want to be clear, what you're suggesting is that what the commission wants to do can be done administratively. Is that what you're saying?
I guess ultimately, what I'm suggesting is that what the commission wanted to do can be done via statute and does not require an ordinance, even though there was already a consensus at the last meeting to do what it is we're offering to do.
We want to provide relief on the permitting process, financially, and the technical process as well. Is that right?
Correct, and that's only for the period in which a state of emergency is issued by the governor, right? So it would essentially end when that state of emergency ends.
But we don't know what the permit fee would be reduced to.
Okay.
Right? Or what technical requirements would be waived.
I just think, yeah.
So can we put it, could you get that information for us so that we can put it as an agenda item and then we can make a motion on it? Or is it gonna be wasting time to?
Oh, are you talking about like permit fees and things like
Yeah.
that? Yeah, I wouldn't, but I'm sure the building department could.
Yeah.
I think we would feel a lot more comfortable if we did have a motion from the commission allowing the staff to take advantage of this and waive the fees. I think it's just a simple motion by the commission.
Right.
Whether we need to re-agenda that or not, I don't know. I don't know if you can do that tonight or not, but I think we do need to have a motion by the commission to implement that.
Okay, I make a motion to implement the emergency Florida statute that will allow for reduction in permit fees on a temporary basis, including waiver of technical review requirements where appropriate for the limited period of time allowed by statute.
Second.
I would amend that to also include expedited.
Just,
So it's expedited that do not require technical review, right? So these aren't zoning permits that would require a CUP and things like that. These are just what you all discussed at,
Building permit issues.
you know, windows, replacing a door, just,
right, just for clarity, this is for people who are rebuilding due to damage from the storm.
Perhaps perhaps the motion should be consistent with the statute. And that way, we can determine exactly what it is.
so it's for, if you default to the statute, it is for all permits that do not require technical review, right? Now, the statute does include, but not limited to, roof repairs, re-roofing, electrical service changes, replacement of windows or doors, replacement of drywall. I'm not a building official. I don't think that requires technical review, but I can't speak to that. But it's more general, right? That's what the statute relies on.
Because I think our intent was to assist those that were impacted from the storm,
Right.
not to give everybody a free pass. So whichever wording we need to use.
Does the statute allow for that distinction?
What I read you is what the statute says, which is,
Short memory.
It's late.
so essentially, you can expedite permits that do not require technical review, and you may waive application and inspection fees for the permits expedited pursuant to the section.
And how do you determine whether it's associated with repair from a storm? So
You don't.
like,
That's the distinction I'm making. You don't.
So it just goes on forever.
So
It's tied to a state of emergency.
And it's everything, it's not just tied to the storm damage. Is that correct?
In my opinion, I think you can limit it. My opinion, I think you can limit it and just say, we're just going to waive inspection fees and expedite them for storm-related permits that don't require technical review. I think you could do that and be in accordance with the statute. Okay.
You know what throws me off, though, is that phrase, not requiring technical review. How, I mean, it has to be reviewed to comply with Florida Building Code.
I think it's simple things.
CRC or?
Code enforcement officer can do it.
Well, and I think some
Like
permits
Windows take a technical review. You got to make sure that they comply with Florida Building Code.
See, because it includes windows and doors in the statute and says does not require technical review, obviously this is a new statute, there's interpretation. There's some permits that require zoning approval. That's how I understand it with technical review.
Okay.
Is a more comprehensive zoning review of it as opposed to building official looking at it, okay, it meets building code, good to go.
Okay.
Then my last question would be, should there be a time frame established to it?
I think we can. And then I can just keep you apprised of one. Right now, it's tied to the state of emergency.
State of emergency. I guess we don't know when that's going to end.
Oh, okay.
Now, but
I mean, I think Ian just got extended again, so it could go, or I think Nicole did. I mean, they could go for a couple of years. So you could extend it to the end of the year, and then we could circle back.
Sounds good.
That's probably not a
So
bad
to
idea.
December 31st.
Yes.
Is that part of your motion, Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm sorry, but we had I was being a bit cheeky.
Oh.
We had a motion on the table.
Yeah, I just figured it died because you said so moved, so.
Whatever.
I will amend the so moved motion to include to the end of the year. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
City Clerk, if you'll please do a roll call.
This is the roll call for the amendment to the motion. This is not a roll call for the actual motion. So Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Amendment carries. So that's the amendment to Commissioner or Vice Mayor Grill's motion that's now on the floor.
I'll second that.
City Clerk, if you please do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Grill,
Yes.
Commissioner Frislowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Marone,
Yes.
Commissioner Grouse,
Yes.
Mayor Petrola.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next, we have discussion item 6C, City Manager RFQ.
Oh, right. Well, thank you. This is our first meeting with, as we move forward with Mr. Saunders on board as our interim city manager. We, with all of the discussions we had over the last month to, we hadn't discussed as a commission, okay, now what are we going to do to move forward? How are we going to find us a new city manager? Are we going to find an RFQ? Are we going to post? Are we going to look locally? I mean, what are we going to do? And
I think we ought to hire a search firm. That's kind of a typical way to do it.
Yes.
I think what this interim city manager's recommendation is that we put out an RFQ for finding the
Right.
search firm.
Right.
Correct.
Yes.
I agree with that.
We're prepared to do that. Actually, we're already working on that. So we hope that would be the direction, but certainly that's the best way to really attract the best candidates. But we'll move forward with that right away.
So while we're at it, we talked about in the past an assistant city manager position and making that search. I've been talking with the interim city manager. It seems like it's his advice that we pivot from that position and move to, and I'll turn it over to the city manager to give us his opinion on that.
Thank you. And I believe I've spoken with all of you. We have some significant issues internally that we need to deal with to make sure we're functioning as we should be. And one of them is in our finance department. We're very shorthanded there. If y'all lost Vince several months ago. We have an employee that was moved into a position to try to handle those details. Unfortunately, the person that was in that position, their old position was eliminated in the new budget. So now we have one person trying to do two duties. We've talked about this internally. We think the best solution would be to hire a finance director at this point in time, not really concentrate on an assistant city manager. That's not a position that I think an interim should hire anyway. That's something that should be, you should wait till your new manager can be a part of that. So this would be a change that we could make, that would get our finance department where they need to be. It would not be any impact on the bottom line of our budget. It would not require a budget amendment of any kind. It would just be shifting one position and creating the other position. And I think we can do that internally. I haven't had a chance to talk to Andrew about it, but I believe the charter allows the city manager or interim to handle that type of thing. But I just wanted to make sure everyone was in agreement with that move. But I think that would really get us where we need to be in the finance department.
I agree.
I agree.
Okay, thank you all. Appreciate that.
All right.
Okay. Were we going to go over any of the things? Amber had sent us that email on Friday at 9:15, and there was some other clarification on other things. I don't know if now's the right time.
The discussion item for that.
Okay. Next, we have discussion.
Okay, I was really jumping. I'm jumping ahead.
All right, next we have item 6D, budget and miscellaneous items. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, the reason, I want to talk about what next steps. So we had our budget review, as you remember, the last Saturday. I don't think, and the city clerk sent us the email, there's some items that we passed the budget, but we really need, I think, to go through in some more detail on all the head count. I mean, we had discussions on the head count, but we really didn't get back together after the first workshop and crawl through it as excuse me, as well as the capital plan. So the head count, I think, is in the email. It was in no particular order. I don't have the paper in front of me.
Finance is number one.
Yeah.
That's why I was jumping right into this, because we just took care of the first
It
one.
was the fire department head count. It was the HR,
Yeah.
library, and public works from a head count standpoint. And then basically the 30 some odd various items, excuse me, in the capital plan. So what do we, I think we have to figure out how we.
Just a couple other positions where you're marketing, communication.
PIO, right.
And IT. Those were
I was
two
like,
other.
Oh, yeah, the
Why don't we
IT.
just go down the list? I mean, we talked about finance, the next one was HR. I don't know, says HR specialist assists with recruitment and payroll. But that person's been hired and starting on 10/9.
Actually started yesterday.
Okay, so that's, I
But
guess,
don't we need a HR manager?
Manager, yes, that's being advertised currently.
okay.
Okay.
So that one's taken care of. Next one was marketing. And we had talked about the possibility of an MOU to share the PIO with another neighboring municipality.
That was the one I was confused on, because we had a PIO, part-time, start as a contractor, move to a part-time employee, move back to a contractor position. Then, when it came time to the budget, we were shown one full-time head count for a communications director, and now some people are talking about, well, it's a marketing position. So, and it's not clear to me how we went from half a head count to a full head count, what the additional responsibilities would be, and how it's also now the additional responsibilities to be a director when we lived with a PIO on a part-time basis. And I know it's at the manager's prerogative per the charter, but it just was never explained.
I'll try to explain it. From the communications manager, I think, is a better title. I don't think a director is the correct title. In addition to the PIO responsibilities, there's a lot of things that the city tries to do to push out information. There's a lot of social media type platforms out there that we need to deal with our different departments right now. Recreation's doing something, the fire does something. I don't think we have a consistent message going out. So the way it's explained to me, the purpose of this was to pull all that together, be a communications person, not really a marketing person. I didn't see that in anybody I talked to, but it'd be a communications person that could get the message out and pull all that together, deal with the social media if we have messages we need to get out, obviously, but, you know, for getting questions, and we would have to sit down and write a good policy on that, on how we respond, but we need to respond to people. But that was what's been explained to me as what this position was all about, and it was actually already advertised, and we had interviews last Friday with 5 people that had, that had applied for the position, but we haven't got anywhere close to hiring anyone because we wanted further direction from y'all too, because I'd listened to that meeting and I heard that discussion about really what is this person supposed to do, and does it need to be full-time? And I don't think it's a good idea to try to share with another city. The main reason is when we need somebody, they need somebody too, and so there can be some conflicts there. So I think we need to have our own person. But we do need a little guidance from y'all on that.
How was that position advertised? What was the title of that when it was advertised? Do you know?
Where is that?
No, what was it called, the communication manager when it was advertised, or?
Didn't you say it was called director?
It was advertised as
I
director.
think it was advertised as communications director, but I don't know that that creates an issue for us if we want to call it a manager. There's no staff for that person to have. It's really a one-person job.
I would say that I think it's an important position. I think the person that served as the PIO did a really good job of getting information out there that our community really liked. I heard a lot of great things about it, and it was via email and on social media. It was a lot of different things. In fact, there was a lot of it her last week of work, which was ironically during that hurricane. And I was like, I'm amazed at how much was getting out there. So, I'm not sure how long she worked and how much, whether it should be full-time or not. I mean, you're going to attract somebody better if you want them full-time. I'm not sure how many people want to work, or willing to work part-time, but I think it's an important position.
I think it's important to have it full-time because things come up.
Yeah.
And they need to get out, and trying to bring someone in who's not, she doesn't work today, he doesn't work today, he's got the afternoon off, he only works these 3 days, and then having him, I can do it from remote. Are you really getting the message out the way we wanted to get it out? You need to be on the ground having communication with the people that are feeding you the information so you can coalesce it and collate it into something that's comprehensible and helpful. So I just think it's a full-time job.
I think it's something that needs to be dealt with pretty quickly too, because of the social media situation.
Absolutely.
I mean, that stuff there's input all the time from that needs to be dealt with, I think. So I think it's something that you need to have somebody focused on, like you say, full time.
We give the residents a lot of information. I mean, we were, example tonight was, well, we don't hear about these things and then you do it. That's not really true. Could we always be better? We can always be better. But we had town halls. We had Pastoral Community Association meetings. Well, everybody doesn't go to those meetings, so they want a handout. They want individual emails. I don't know, but obviously more information is better. And a full-time person would be much better to accomplish that. Get a lot of things coming up.
Yep.
I would concur with that 100%.
Were there any others?
Next on the list was 3 firefighters / paramedics. I think we all agreed that that's something without doubt we need to move forward with. Deputy fire chief.
I think we already made a decision.
I think that's
those
all.
four,
I think that's just confirmation.
Yep.
Part-time library personnel.
That one was never really clarified. That was
It was just in the budget.
It was in the budget, but
It
it
was a
came.
2/3 head count if I remember, we talked about the workshop for autistic people who would visit the library.
Right.
And I believe that is a part-time position.
Yeah, it was about 2/3.
Yeah. I mean, this has gone through the budget process, so our Budget and Finance Review Committee heard it, we heard it. I mean, I think this is just confirmation now that there's been a change. Do we want to still proceed? I don't see any no's. And then last but not least is a fleet personnel for Public Works.
I didn't want to proceed with the library one.
Oh, you do not?
No, but if the rest of you do, just for the record. I didn't see the need. I mean, is it nice to have? Yeah. Do we really need it? I think we could. I don't know. We only had about a 3-minute review from the library director on this one, and that was the justification. And, if we
can backfill it later.
We've got a lot of other places that we need to invest in. I'm not sure that would be the first one. I find it interesting, and Mike Clark's not here, there's a lot of public works projects that need to get done, and he requested 2 additional headcount. So, not saying, should we be investing more in public works? I'm not sure.
He only has 2 people on streets right now.
Right. Should we have a 3rd one there? I think from residents would tell us, get your streets fixed quicker. Will the 1 head count make a difference? I don't know. But that's where I'm at.
Well, I think he's only asking for 2 additional, but he may have more than 2 openings. Because I think there's some attrition there as well. Yeah.
I just want to make sure we're investing where we immediately need, where we have immediate needs to get things done. I mean, I love the library, and we're investing in the library, and we approve project. We have a great library. Don't get me wrong.
But at the same time, and I don't disagree with you on the library position, simply saying that we can post those jobs separately, and those directors are responsible for finding people for those. It's not one person making all those interviews. So Betsinda would be responsible for library interviews versus Mike would be responsible for his. So we can post them. Same with IT, I think, is on the next.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, my point wasn't on who's going to do the interviews. Is that where we should be investing? I mean, hiring headcount is an investment.
You're talking about monetary resources, not.
Yeah, the interview process is administrative.
Yeah.
But is this where we, as a city, I mean, when you hire somebody, you're investing the city's efforts and dollars towards that effort versus street paving, or versus another EMS person, or another, whatever. I mean, there's a long list. Another finance person, another HR person. That's where I'm at. Because, we're fortunate that we've got, financially, we can afford to be hiring.
Right.
But
So-
I'm just trying to be prudent about it.
So was your question about the, because there was a specific task or duties that that library person was going to have, is that what your issue is, or is it, you don't feel like there's a need to have any more staff at the library in general?
No.
That's what I'm trying to understand is, is this something that we're expected, we got to give the city manager some direction here, right? So it's a matter of, do we want to just say no to the library staff, or do we want to hear more from the library director to justify that position, or?
This is a very, I apologize, I don't have the numbers, but I think it was a 16-hour week, maybe. I know it was a .3 something person, which, as far as our budget is concerned, that's an extremely small number. As
Not
far
going
as
to be impactful if we move it into another category.
Yeah.
But I apologize for not knowing more about that position.
Yeah.
I'm just not familiar with what was. We do need the position in Public Works, no question about that. And,
question, do we need even more in Public Works? Just from everything we've heard, do we need more? And would this be one we take from, our library director will need to delay that a year. And this year we need to put it here.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying now. I don't think you could take, the dollars that are appropriated for that part-time library wouldn't do much for us in Public Works. If you all think we need more in Public Works, we can come back to you with a budget amendment at some point in time for more people there if that's necessary. But, I don't think shifting that would really give us a person, but we can certainly come back with a budget amendment for more people in Public Works if that's what you think we need. Or if that's what Public Works people think we need.
Yeah, well, I think we need to hear from Public Works. I didn't feel we spent an awful lot of time. Do we need more? We didn't chat, we kind of rushed, I felt we rushed it through.
Sure. I mean, I'm just assuming, those were discussed during your budget workshops, but I don't know. But we can sure review that again. There's no question about it.
Okay. I guess we just need to decide on the library position. Do we want the city manager to hold off, or do we want to keep that going?
I mean, I'm in favor of posting the job and see what responses we get.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm okay with that too.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm fine with posting the job.
Go ahead. Okay. All right, great, thank you.
All right, and then the last, I think we already just went over it, fleet personnel for Public Works. I think everybody's in agreement with that, so.
Great.
I think that's
the list.
already on the.
And the IT.
That's, okay.
What was that one?
Yeah, remind me, on IT, was it I know we talked a lot of things about IT, and I know the budget was quite a bit.
There was 1 or 2 positions, and it was a big capital number.
Yeah.
And on the capital number, one of the things I had mentioned to Mr. Ray was, should we look to partner from a capital investment with some of the local municipalities, small, Treasure Island, Pasadena, because from an infrastructure standpoint, it's going to become unaffordable at a certain point. So, for example, should we put a shared data center in place and try and see where we can join together with hardware? Because the hardware is just going to get more and more expensive. And it's a lot of money, and the proposal was a lot of money. I think we all looked at that. So is there, just trying to think out loud here, right? Is there another way we can do it? Shared data centers, I mean, are one way. I mean, and we're larger than our 2 closest neighbors, South Pasadena and Treasure Island. I'm just looking for synergies and. Yeah.
That's a discussion I can certainly have with our people. I think the request and what was approved in the budget was just an additional person to help deal with our internal issues with IT.
And then there were contractual services that were.
Contractual services, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty hefty increase in the overall budget.
It's $300,000.
Which we were told, we don't have to use it all, but. So here's my thought on all of this. I thought we just accomplished a lot. With an interim city manager, I'm really wanting to lean heavy on what he's seeing as a new, fresh set of eyes. It's kind of an old set of eyes as well, to give us some. In other words, you know the lay of the land.
He meant that in a good way.
Yeah. Been here before. But the
That's called wisdom.
Right, but the landscape looks a little different these days, and I'm really looking to lean on you to tell us, hey, these are the immediate needs I see, and I think we need to respond to those first, and we need to make sure, before we're tweaking stuff, I think in the budget, that we respond to the immediacy of the needs that you recognize, and then we just kind of go from there. So I'm looking for that, within the next 2 to 4 weeks.
And I appreciate that, and I think right now we've met the immediate needs that with what y'all have done with allowing us to move forward with the personnel changes that I talked about and filling the positions. I mean, but there's going to be more, and that's something we certainly will be talking about continuously over the next.
And I think I'd put that IT stuff in that category. I think we ought to give him some time to kind of, you're taking a lot in right now and absorbing it, and he's got a lot of experience, and I think for now, I'm not sure we can do a whole lot more than just say, please take a look at that and give us some feedback based on your
Sounds
experience.
Good. Yep, good.
Any further discussion on this item?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Next, we have item 6E, the Christmas Boat Parade. And I'm bringing it now because it's basically 2 months away, and this probably falls into that PIO conversation as well. We have a great city. We have the largest city of the Barrier Islands by population that lives here, I think, and the smallest boat parade. And so I was wondering if there's something that we can do. If we had a community development officer, we would be talking to that person over the course of the next 2 months, working with, we have so many different homeowners associations that are right on the water, Bella Vista, right? We've got 64th, 55th, you've got the Paso Grill Community Association, you've got Vina Del Mar. And these are all waterfront communities, plus all the ones on the Old Gulf Boulevard. I think we could do something, where we can actually communicate and organize, a real nice special event. I mean, every year when we have the big, Christmas tree lighting ceremony, and then we have the boat parade. I mean, there's 300, 400, 500 people at Horan Park, and 10 boats. But considering the number of people we have, the number of boats that we have, the number of different associations that, I think part of the issue in the past has always been communication. Right? But if we reach out to all those individual homeowners associations and community associations and say, I know I get some of the emails from, so I know they have the email list. If we reach out to all of them, we could organize just a real nice, special, huge event and show Treasure Island and Madeira Beach how it's really done. Just, I think it'd be a nice something to do for the city, for all of our residents to come together, participate. Anyway.
Well, I think on the boat parade, last year was particularly low participation. Previous years was pretty good, but it's, I think there's been feedback, and Jennifer's probably the best person to talk to since she, in her Parks Department, was organizing why people maybe in their view didn't sign up. We have had debate on the routing, and it doesn't go all the way down to Paso Grill. That's been something we've discussed, as well as Paso Grill holds its own boat parade. And Paso Grill, some people don't want to, it's not a city boat parade. I mean, that's been part of it.
Yeah.
So we have one city, and we should have one,
Well, and I think part of it might be people don't want to travel so far in their boat.
Yeah.
You know, you're down at the tip of Paso Grill, and then you're going to make your way under Quarry Bridge, and depending on the weather, and I think, to be honest with you, there's a lot of people like that short parade, and they get to the docks and they go to their parties. If we only had one, everybody started in one spot, and then we'd jam it out. I mean, it would be big. You know, if everybody had to hustle it up to, you know.
It used to be one boat parade, and it was when the Bayway Bridge construction was going on, that bifurcated it, and that's when Paso Grill had their own, and the northern beaches had their own. But it used to, I'm trying to remember, I think it started in Paso Grill, right? Did it start in Paso Grill and go north?
The bags out, the wax bags with candles.
Yeah.
But all along, yeah.
That's where it started.
Paso Grill Community Association would get the bags out and the candles out, and they'd post the date, and everybody decorated their boats, and I don't even know where the starter was. And
It started right at Mary Pier, and then might have went south a little bit, then it went north, wrapped around Vina, came around, went through by the Don area, went by the Yacht Club, turned around, went back out that way, then went up past Bella Vista and kept on going all the way up and went to at least Haran Park. I can't remember if it went north of Haran Park or not.
But I mean, that's something that we could do where we switch it up every year. One year it starts at Haran, ends up in Paso Grill.
I think it did that for a while. I can't remember now.
Next year we started in Paso Grill, and we ended up in Haran. You can have a party on both ends.
Yeah. Something about Treasure Island, though. Treasure Island has always had a good boat parade, and I don't know if it's just the people that got together that, you need champions for these things. You got to get people that volunteer and they're into it, and from what I heard, they had big prizes, monetary prizes.
everybody would end up at the Yacht Club.
Yeah, they had it going, and I guess still do. So there's something probably to be learned from the way they're doing it.
Yeah.
But everybody loves it. I mean, it's fun when you see a bigger boat parade. It's kind of disappointing you get out there and there's a few boats.
We did have 17, 18, we had they were big. 19.
Treasure Island's 300.
Yeah, we've had some that have been close to 20 maybe.
Yeah. Last year was pretty.
We're talking, our competition is hundreds of boats.
And did they have that many? I've never actually been up there for their boat parade.
It's a huge number, and they're half our size.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, again, I thought it'd be something nice for the whole community to be able to come together.
Yeah.
And kind of join the north and the south side in the middle together.
Well, it'll be here before you know it, so it's timely
why
that
we're
we're talking
bringing
about
it
it
up.
now, because it's...
Well, while you're talking about, I'm sorry, any more on the boat parade? 'Cause
Nope.
I heard rumors, and I don't know if it's true, of going back to the Christmas parade on Quarry. Is that rumor, or? No? Well, we used to have a parade for Christmas.
Yeah, the land parade. The land parade, yeah.
You could do a golf cart parade.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of...
Yeah,
There's
we-
one in Paso Grill.
Yeah.
One in Paso
Yeah.
Grill.
Yeah.
50 carts, 50, 60.
Well, we used to have bands and businesses, and we need to check with Jennifer, I guess, and She will know. Add it to her list, but
Okay, next we have item 6F, Paso Grill trash. We talked about it.
yeah.
Oh, we did.
Oh, yeah.
We sure did.
Bring that one up again.
Didn't have enough?
Thank you, may I have another? All right, next we have reports, city clerk.
I have a few things. The first thing is I'm still working on the social media policy, so I met with a few representatives from the library, IT, the community center. Matthew was present, and we're taking next steps. They're reviewing the policies that I provided, and just it's going to be a kind of a big process. So, but we're making steps. Qualifications, November 6th through November 17th for Districts 1 and 3. The information has been shared on the city clerk's page of the website. There are some links to the Supervisor of Elections website for mail-in ballot information. Guidebooks are in preparation to be available on October 23rd. There is a community meeting on next week on the 17th at 5 o'clock here in Chambers. Information has been posted on the city's website and the social media pages. Lobbyist reporting logs or contact forms are due today, so there's some individuals that have not provided me with any information from the Planning Board and Board of Adjustment. So I'll be providing you with that list next meeting. And let's see, what else do I have? There's a workshop on the 24th at 3 p.m. We made contact with the two people who submitted their proposals for a comprehensive plan, and they will be present, staggered, one at 3 and one at 4:15. There's a little bit of a difference. I want to make this announcement to the public to remind them the meetings in November are off. November 6th, it's a Monday. That is on our city's website as adopted last year, so that has been published out there. The following week, the 14th, it's a Tuesday, will be the next meeting due to the holiday schedule. Again, that was posted last year once adopted, and it's been on the calendar since then. December 5th is the first meeting in December, and that is out of order again because of the holidays, and December 12th. So those are our next meetings. Then I will have the 2024 schedule for the next agenda. And finally, this is something that Matthew and I will kind of talk about together. There was an ordinance that the city brought forward for the fire pension to open it up, close it, and open it to FRS, to the Florida Retirement System. So the first reading of that ordinance was on May 23rd. It was determined that there were more steps that the city needed to take. We had to send out a voting ballot, so we couldn't adopt that ordinance at that time and had to separate it out to ordinance 2023-06. We adopted that. That has nothing to do with the FRS. There was a voting notice published, and voting was held at fire stations 22 and 23 with members who participate in the pension, and that happened the week of September 11th. At this point, it's kind of hazy to Matthew and I of like, who is supposed to be taking care of this? This isn't a city attorney ordinance. This is a pension attorney ordinance. This isn't a city clerk ordinance, but Matthew and I are trying our best to understand the next steps, and we don't want to miss it out for our firefighters. So he and I are trying our best to determine next steps, and this is what we've determined. We must have a new first reading for this new ordinance that deals specifically with the FRS. The May 23rd is done. Can't count that. We have an ordinance already drafted. However, this is the area that is gray to he and I. What we understand is that it needs to be adopted by November 1st. And this is the hard, yes, we're getting no response, so we're kind of just doing this to do the right thing. So that means that I have to send the advertisement to the Tampa Bay Times tomorrow for a second reading, says it has to be adopted, it has to be noticed for 10 days before we can adopt it. We also have to have the first reading. Tampa Bay Times, you have to send it a week ahead of time. So the closest time it can be advertised will be October 18th, okay? Which means we cannot adopt it until after October 28th. We have to have a first reading, October 24th, and therefore we have determined that more than likely we will need a special meeting to adopt the ordinance on October 30th. So.
This is all potential. So
we're not-
unfortunately, the pension attorney, Bonnie's been out for 2 weeks. I think she took a vacation. And I've been trying to get a hold of what the date is. I've been told 11/1 is the cutoff in which they have to apply. Ordinance has to be adopted prior to that date. I've been in talks with Andrew, and we're trying to get to the bottom of this, but this is kind of a precautionary because we want to make sure the firefighters have what they need and people are enrolled, and whatever employees they need is, is operate. So essentially, the ordinance was split, which is why it has to have first reading again, because the title block has changed. But I'm going to be clear, we're not drafting anything, we're not amending anything. I mean, this has been done. We're just trying to figure out deadlines so that we can get it passed.
So by doing everything you just explained, that still allows the firefighters to join FRS on the schedule we committed to them back in May?
Essentially, the schedule was October 1st. So.
But this has been handled by Matthew and I, and this is not our purview. There's been a change in staff, HR, and your CFO, and then you have the pension. So Matthew and I are just trying to do it now.
No, I understand.
Okay.
And the meeting could all be for nothing, because if Bonnie gets back to us and says it's fine, it can happen after, then we'll just have it the first meeting in November. But as a precautionary, we think it's appropriate to have.
Right, so why don't we just, in an abundant, we'll continue to reach out to Ms. Jensen. I know her paralegal responded, but maybe just in an abundance of caution, go ahead and advertise it and maybe set that meeting, and it won't have to happen. But again, we're in an odd situation just with the staffing the way it is right now, and then Ms. Jensen is the pension board attorney who is responsible for this. So we're kind of it's a specialty, so I'm not going to pretend that we know pension law, but we'll continue to work to get her office engaged.
So we would need to schedule a meeting for the 30th to do the second
Monday
reading.
the 30th.
You okay with that?
Why don't we have a Halloween party on 31? So have we reached out to the firefighters so that they understand and
Again, I mean, this is really challenging for Matthew and I, because we took it over because it needed to be done.
Right.
It should have been handled differently, and I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but it is not Matthew or I's responsibility to communicate to the fire department. Jim is aware. He's been communicating with me. He understands. He's been on the emails. There's been other staff members on these emails. And it's really challenging when you get no responses.
There's other components too. I did get confirmation from Sheila that I guess the votes have been transmitted to the state. Again, outside of our peer review, I don't know what timeline we're on. I don't know what that does for the process, but at the end of the day, there was an 11/1 date that was thrown out there. I need to confirm it. This is really a precautionary at this point. But we'll have first reading on the 24th and then essentially second reading on the 30th.
because it is the second deadline we missed in the process.
It was supposed to be implemented by October 1st, but then there was a
Right.
notice issue as.
Right, we missed it. I mean, and at the end of the day, it's the firefighters who are potentially getting impacted. So can we maybe check with the chief that he's talking with, we are where we are. People need to understand, because if they start seeing an ad in the paper, what's going on, just so we're all on the same page. They understand it's precautionary, et cetera. That's great.
Yeah, no, we've communicated. The chief's aware of what's going on.
City manager talked to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to schedule a meeting on the 30th at 6 PM, just to be safe right now?
I don't see the meeting taking longer than 10 minutes. It would really just be that ordinance if necessary, but it's really... No, I meant there would be nothing else on the agenda. It would just be...
8 a.m.
Are you looking then for a time for us on the 30th?
I can make myself available 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock, whatever works for
Can we do it like in the morning? Everybody, like 8 a.m., 7:30?
Monday morning. Well,
7:30.
Do a 6
I could.
6 o'clock. I mean, for a 10-minute meeting.
You're gonna make Matthew wake up that early.
Matthew lives local. Come on. And Amber's here before the sun. She's here with the chickens. She feeds the chickens. She's not even...
Can we get breakfast?
Ideally, it'd be Ms. Jensen that appears, so.
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna, pick whatever time you want. We're gonna shepherd this as best we can and hopefully get it back into her office so that she can carry the ball the rest of the way. That's the plan.
5 or 6 p.m.
Either one's fine.
If I had a choice, I'd prefer 5.
Let's go 5.
I'm good with that.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock?
Yep.
p.m.
Got it.
All right, city manager. I'm sure you have nothing on the list.
I have 4 or 5 pages here, but I'm going to delay those to later. I do have one thing that...
You have 37 minutes.
Okay, I know, very quickly, and because I've talked to all of you about it, but I was contacted by R.J. Meyer last Friday, the lobbyist that the city has deals, and I know the city received $2 million, I think it was last year, through the legislature for the Paso Grill Fire Station. Well, it's time to submit this year. RJ explained that since we got $2 million last year, our chances of getting a big appropriation this year is probably not real good, but doesn't hurt to ask for something. What they're looking for this year are things that are resiliency type items, building hardening, storm system hardening, projects like that. And for us, he suggested it'd be a project we would be requesting somewhere $250,000 to $750,000. That was his recommendation of what he thought he maybe could push through for us. Talked with our Public Works Department, and they suggested, the outfalls and the baffle boxes would probably be really a prime project for us, because we think that would really fit in. It's a 50-50 type thing, and based on the preliminary estimates, we would be requesting around $400,000, maybe $500,000, because we're looking at maybe an $800,000 to $1 million project for the ones that are planned right now. For I think it's 3 or 4 of them. So it'd be my recommendation that we let RJ know that might be the project, that would be the project, and we'd request, we'll look at the numbers, but I'm thinking somewhere around $400,000 or $500,000 that we would request from the legislature for this year.
Are we going to just say it generically as compared to where exactly? Because we've got some that need to be retrofitted.
Well, the ones we specifically talked about were in Maritana.
Right.
We can talk about whether we ought to be specific on location or not. It would give us a little bit of leeway. But
I'd rather have the leeway, I think.
Yeah,
But I'm
that way it
thinking
gives a
there are
little
some of
bit
the existing ones that need to be retrofitted. So I was thinking the
But
ones
if everybody feels comfortable with that, we can, he gave us a short timeline. He wanted to know by the end of this week. But if everybody's comfortable with that, we can get that information to him this week.
I say move forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
City Attorney.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
We have dunes. We have lots of sand, and it's beautiful sand. It is clean sand. It is white sand. It almost looks like being out on the moon out there right right now. They're done, there's no more sand coming in. So I think the county's next move is bringing in vegetation. I'm not sure when that's happening. They have carved paths through for walk-throughs, not walk-overs. So between that and garbage, I appreciate everybody listening tonight and lending their at least suggestions as to how we can fix this problem, and hopefully we can get it worked out. That's all I have.
Commissioner Slowski?
We've got some Civic Association meetings starting back up. It's that time of year, and Bella Vista tentatively had one scheduled for Thursday, 2 days from now, but with that storm coming in and they have open air meetings, it's probably going to be postponed for a couple weeks. And we'll have other Civic Association meetings coming up, so I'll report some of those as I know the dates at the next meeting.
Vice Mayor Grum?
Two quick things. I had reported a few meetings ago that we had work going on with Duke Energy on poles, so that the half-pole syndrome. I think it got a bit off track with the storm came through, so obviously Duke's priorities were moved, and then we lost we lost some traction because I was working with the city manager on this. So I started up again, and I'll bring Wayne up to speed on what we're trying to do. There was a list of, I think they were jointly owned poles, and this are the ones where the poles had Duke's process. They put in their new poles, they move the wires over to the new poles, and then the joint users have a period of time to get their wires onto the new poles, or Duke transfers ownership over of the old poles. So we've got to look at those. And then there's some, as Duke calls it, a complex transfer, where it's just not simple to lift and shift off the old pole to the new pole. So we'll get the list and we'll go through it with Wayne, and hopefully we'll start making project. And this is all to get, as Duke does the hardening project, puts in the new poles, and to pull out the old poles so we don't get stuck with a half-pole syndrome, as they call it.
And now this is going on all over the place in the city, so, but their intention is to get rid of the old pole, right? It's just a matter of time and process. They're not going to leave that half pole up, correct?
Correct, but we do have many old poles from previous years that just never got addressed. So trying to get the old ones.
Two poles there, the new one and the old one's still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And both wood and concrete. And if you start looking, you'll see them.
Okay.
I know I've got several in my district. They did take out, in fairness, remember the first update, they pulled out, I think, 25 in the first pass.
Okay.
It's simple. They call them simple ones. But yeah, we do have other ones. It's the process that was established at the state level with the joint users of the poles. My simple mind says, well, you're on my pole, I'm going to move your wires, but they won't touch anyone else's wires.
It's not as simple as that.
Right.
I'm just hoping.
It's citywide, though.
It's citywide,
Yes.
and not just
Not
as
just
long as they're going to
Yes,
take the old poles out, because it looks kind of ridiculous having the two poles right next to one another.
absolutely. And then just up on beach, as we all know, I went out there when we had our break this afternoon, and the backhoe was out there, and so they were moving sand onto the beach, so that continues. So I appreciate that, and there were lots of people on the beach, and I came back in for another floodplain meeting. So anyway, those are the two things I had. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Grouse?
All quiet in District 1.
Great. As we discussed earlier, I got the appointment to the PSTA board. So first meeting is next Monday. Looking forward to being there, representing our residents and the Big C beach towns. Also, we have the updated schedule for the commission meetings for November and December. With that, there's also updated mayor's office hours at the library for those 2 months. So those will probably be posted in the next couple of days. So just check the library schedule for that. Looking forward to seeing everyone there.
One more thing, the last meeting we talked about, PSTA did cut that cat service, right? Remember that was in our budget, and I think
they were supposed to have a board meeting, yeah.
If you could check on that, I think that happened.
I think it did too.
I'm pretty sure they cut that service, so.
I think I saw that they did.
We had money appropriated for Central Avenue trolley.
Yep.
But PSTA, they're looking at economizing wherever they can. And it was going to be a few days after we passed the budget, so we kept it in the budget because we weren't sure they would discontinue it, but
Pretty sure it got
I
cut.
forget how much worth, like
86,000.
$80-something thousand that in the budget, that now frees us up.
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up, but
I'm sorry, I just remembered that when you were talking
That's
about
good.
PSTA.
Yeah, well, we can clarify that for next
Yeah.
meeting. All right, thank you all.
Less buses on our road, too.
One less bus.
Yeah.
So that's 2 an hour, I think. Yep. So, all right, thank you, thank you everyone very much.
Thank you.